Good evening. This is the August 4, 2015 regular meeting of the Planning Board of the Township of Bernards. Please rise for the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. In accordance with the requirements of the Open Public Meetings Law of 1975, notice of this meeting of the Planning Board of the Township of Bernards was posted on the bulletin board in the reception hall of the Municipal Building, Collier Lane, Basking Ridge, New Jersey. Was sent to the Bernardsville News, Bernardsville, New Jersey, to the Courier News, Bridgewater, New Jersey, on January 12, 2015, and was electronically mailed to all those people who have requested individual notice. The following procedure has been adopted by the Bernards Township Planning Board. There will be no new cases heard after 10 p.m. and no new witnesses or testimony will be heard after 10:30 p.m. Fran, roll call, please.
Ms. Alpert.
Here.
Mr. Carlucci.
Here.
Mr. Hagan.
Here.
And Ms. Kleiner told us in advance she would not be here. Mr. Millay.
Here.
Ms. Pavlini.
Here.
And Ms. Pedici.
Here.
Mr. Santoro told us in advance he would not be here. Ms. Axt.
Here.
Mr. Harris.
Here.
Mr. Palazzo.
Here. Is there a motion with respect to Ms. Kleinert and Mr. Santoro?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Okay, and that's a motion to excuse?
To a motion to excuse both of them
Okay,
from this meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Pedici. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Alper. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, the motion's carried. The minutes will so reflect. Fran? Okay, next item on the agenda is the approval of minutes, the July 21, 2015 regular meeting minutes, which were disseminated in advance of the meeting. Is there a motion?
Mr. Chair, I move that we adopt the minutes as drafted for the July 21st, 2015 meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Alper. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Axt. Is there any discussion on the motion?
I will note that I need to make a small change. I recognized it after I printed them out that it's not a special meeting, it's a regular meeting. Small little detail, but that change will occur on the final copy.
Okay, so that's just that's not in the body of the minutes,
Yeah.
it's just in the title
By the title.
on the first page. Okay, so, Ms. Pedici, you're good with that amendment, with that change?
I didn't make.
Oh, Ms. Alper?
Yes, I
So you,
motion as amended.
okay, and Ms. Axt, you still second?
Yes.
Okay. Fran, roll call, please.
Ms. Alpert.
Yes.
Mr. Carlucci.
I'll abstain.
Mr. Hagan.
Yes.
Mr. Millay.
I'll abstain.
Ms. Pedici.
Yes.
Ms. Axt.
Yes.
Mr. Palazzo.
Yes.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda, approval of charges against escrow accounts. Tonight, we're considering those of David Schley, July 2015, and EKA Associates, July 1 through 15, 2015. Is there a motion?
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the charges against escrow as stated in the memo which we were given for this meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Alper. Is there a second? Thank you, Ms. Axt. Any discussion on any contents of the memo or the motion? No. Seeing none, Fran, roll call, please.
Ms. Alpert.
Yes.
Ms. Carlucci.
Yes.
Mr. Hagan.
Yes.
Mr. Millay.
Yes.
Ms. Pavlini.
Abstain?
Ms. Pedici.
Yes.
Ms. Axt.
Yes.
Mr. Harris.
Yes.
Mr. Palazzo.
Yes. Next item on the agenda, completeness review. First up, United States Golf Association, PB 15-003, Block 9601, Lot 5.01, 77 Liberty Corner Road, preliminary and final site plan approval. Counsel, your appearance for the record, please.
Yes, good evening, Chairman, members of the board. Craig Giannetti of the law firm Dave Pitney on behalf of the applicant, the United States Golf Association.
Mr. Giannetti, we need to turn it on.
Thought I turned it on. It says on.
Is that better?
Oh, much better. Look at that. David, do you want to, is there anything you need to
Yeah, well,
bring us up to speed on before we hear from
Yeah,
Mr. Giannetti?
I issued a completeness review memo dated June 30, 2015, and as stated in the memo, all of the required checklist items have been submitted.
Okay. Do you have anything to add, sir?
No, just hearing date.
Okay, so is there a motion as to the completeness review?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
And I will second.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Pavlini. Ms. Padici on the second. Any discussion?
The motion's to deem it complete.
Deem it complete.
Yes.
Right.
I understand. Yeah. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, Fran, roll call, please.
Ms. Alper?
Yes.
Mr. Carlucci?
Yes.
Mr. Hagan?
Yes.
Mr. Malay?
Yes.
Ms. Pavlini?
Yes.
Ms. Padici?
Yes.
Ms. Axt?
Yes.
Mr. Harris?
Yes.
Mr. Plaza?
Yes. Okay, do we have any idea as to dates for Mr. Giannetti, or is it?
We discussed putting that on October 6th.
October 6th? Great.
I
I think we have another one that day.
What was that date? I'm sorry.
October 6th.
Okay, just make a note of that, that's, okay, thank you, have a good evening, sir. Next item up for completeness review is Reed, Peter V., and Linda E., PB 15-004, Block 11601, lots 31 and 32, 30 and 40 Long Road, minor subdivision and variances. David?
Yes, I issued a completeness review memo dated July 6, 2015. In that memo, 2 items are listed as deficient. Item number 1 has been submitted. Item number 2 is still outstanding.
Okay, so as of tonight, it's incomplete.
Yes.
Okay, is there a motion?
I move, Mr. Chair, that we deem the minor subdivision PB 15-004, block 11601, lots 31 and 32, to be incomplete.
Thank you, Ms. Padici. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Pavlini. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, Fran, roll call, please.
Ms. Alper?
Yes.
Mr. Carlucci?
Yes.
Mr. Hagan?
Yes.
Mr. Malay?
Yes.
Ms. Pavlini?
Yeah, yes.
Ms. Padici?
Yes.
Ms. Axt?
Yes.
Mr. Harris?
Yes.
Mr. Plaza?
Yes. Okay, next up is ordinance review. And it's ordinance review, first one being 2317, amending Chapter 21, Article 22, Section 3, definitions, flood. Dave, do you want to take us through that?
Yeah, the township engineer prepared this ordinance for the purpose of updating the definitions in the land development ordinance relating to floodplain and flood map, eliminating some old references such as Doria, 1971, and making it consistent.
Pull that microphone closer to you. Something.
The echo was, I
Yeah, I'm
can't
hearing
you.
that,
The
too.
echo.
Very heavy.
This is an update of the definitions in the land development ordinance that relate to floodplains, flood maps, some special or flood hazard areas. Bring us up to speed with the what's current. There's some outdated provisions in there that we're deleting.
And Mr. Drill, is with all our ordinance reviews, the standard we're to employ is to find or to ensure that it's not inconsistent with the master plan?
Correct.
And
Yeah, this subject matter is not really the kind of thing you'd find in the master plan, so I would, in my opinion, say it's not inconsistent with the master plan.
okay, any questions from the board? Is there a motion?
I guess I move that ordinance 2317 as amended is not inconsistent with the Bernards Township Master Plan. Is that correct?
Terrific,
And I
okay.
would, and we send a letter to the township committee, is that, because they
That's
asked us to
correct.
review it. A
Oh,
letter to the
okay.
township committee stating we find it consistent with the
We
master
find it
plan.
not inconsistent.
Not
Not
inconsistent
inconsistent. Okay,
with
thank
the
you.
master plan.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy.
It's been introduced before the Township Committee. We're waiting for this board's review, and then we will find the final hearing.
Okay. All right, so that's a first and by Ms. Padici, a second by Ms. Pavlini. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing no indication of such, Fran, roll call, please.
Ms. Alper?
Yes.
Mr. Carlucci?
Yes.
Mr. Hagan?
Yes.
Mr. Malay?
Abstain.
Ms. Pavlini?
Yes.
Ms. Padici?
Yes.
Ms. Axt?
Yes.
Mr. Harris?
Yes.
Mr. Plaza?
Yes. Next ordinance up for review this evening is ordinance number 2318, amending Chapter 21, revised land use ordinances regarding submission requirements for variance applications. David, if you could just, again, walk us through this and then give us your ultimate opinion as to whether it is inconsistent or not inconsistent
Sure.
with the master plan.
This is an update to the submission checklist for variance applications, which only includes applications that will be at the zoning board, no site plan, no subdivision, just additions to residential homes and knockdown rebuilds of existing dwellings. It's adding one item. The item is the same in both checklists, and that's a plan showing existing topography, grading, and proposed stormwater infiltration measures, basically a drainage plan. Right now, there is no requirement for a drainage plan when somebody submits a variance application. There never was. Back in 2006, when the township amended the drainage ordinance to require drainage improvements for projects that added 1,000 square feet or more of impervious surface, the variance applicants still did not have to submit a drainage plan. They would have to submit one when it comes time to ultimately apply for a construction permit. But the zoning board has never had the benefit of always having that drainage plan. Sometimes it gets submitted, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes you run into an issue with drainage, concerned neighbors asking questions and things, and if there's no drainage plan with the application, it makes it difficult for the board staff to, kind of review that and give the board advice on that. So this basically is catching up with an ordinance amendment that happened 10 years ago to require a drainage plan, only in those cases when one ultimately will be required anyway. It's basically moving up the submission of the drainage plan from the time you apply for a construction permit to the time you apply for a variance.
And do you have an opinion as to whether it's inconsistent with the
Yes,
master
similar
plan?
to the last ordinance. This is more of a procedural thing, not a topic that's covered in the master plan. I would say it's certainly not inconsistent with the master plan.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from board members?
I just have you say that add new item 13, double underline, but it's single underline and it's 15. So do you have to change the discrepancy?
No, they're it's 13 in one checklist and 15 in another. There's two different checklists that are being amended. In one checklist, it's number 13, and
Okay.
maybe it printed single underline in your copy because sometimes the computer does funny things, but it's double underlined in the official version posted on the website.
No, I'm at 231.
Well, that's for the
Is that-
township committee to sort out in any event.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's not any,
No, it's correct. There's two checklists, and in one list, it's item 13, and in the other,
and the difference in the two
item 15.
checklists?
one is for a bulk variance, and the other's for a use variance.
Okay, the echo's so
Yeah,
bad,
I know.
I can't, I don't,
It's-
it's garbled, I don't
It's
understand.
a C variance checklist and a D variance checklist.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Carlucci?
Is there any significance to the 1,000 square foot minimum?
That's the threshold for whether or not a project requires a drainage improvement.
Any reason for 1,000 feet?
Well, I don't know where the engineers came up with 1,000 square feet. I guess you had to draw the line somewhere.
Is that the 1,000 square feet, is that from the ordinance?
That's our local ordinance. That's not a DEP thing. It's what we call a minor development. DEP regulates it once it hits a quarter acre, and it's considered a major
This is
development.
not changing what the ordinance says, this is adding a submission requirement in accordance
Yes,
with that ordinance.
the standards, the design standards in the ordinance are exactly the same.
And it's also something that would be submitted under current rules later in the process. This is just requiring it
Yeah,
to be
a
submitted.
lot of times, actually, it's requested by the board anyway, before, or as a submission requirement, but now it's actually on the checklist.
Very good. Okay. Any other questions from board members?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that we send a letter to the Township Committee confirming that ordinance 2318 is not inconsistent with the master plan.
Thank you, Ms. Pavlini. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Albert. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Fran, roll call, please.
Ms. Alpert?
Yes.
Mr. Carlucci?
Yes.
Mr. Hagan?
Yes.
Mr. Malay?
Abstain.
Ms. Pavlini?
Yes.
Ms. Padici?
Yes.
Ms. Axt?
Yes.
Mr. Harris?
Yes.
Mr. Plaza?
Yes. Okay, next item on the agenda, continued public hearing in the matter of Finley Real Estate LLC, PB 15-001, Block 1801, Lot 1, 55 South Finley Avenue, preliminary and final site plan approval. Good evening, Mr. Pisano.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Chairman.
So, Mr. Pisano, maybe it would be a good idea if you just give us the thumbnail overview of what we did last time. We left a little loose end out there, and you
Yes.
could let us know what we're going to be focusing on tonight, and
Right.
we'll get to it.
And I'll try to give you the fast version of this application. We were last here on July 7th, if you recall. We basically completed our case. As a brief synopsis, this is an application for preliminary and final site plan approval, and what we want to do is put outdoor dining at the Washington House Restaurant in front of the restaurant. It's somewhat similar to what's across the street at the Mockingbird. We're going to have 24 seats outside and about 7 or 8 tables, and we agreed that when we have outdoor dining, we will take out of service in a specific location 24 seats inside the restaurant, so there's no increase in parking. At the last meeting, Mr. Jepson testified, Klaus Jepson. He's one of the owners of the restaurant. He described the protocol of how we're going to handle this outdoor dining, and also Joe Marchese, our architect, testified. An issue came up at the last hearing by Mr. Drill. Mr. Drill felt that possibly a parking variance was required because if you recall, back in 1999, at the last expansion of the Washington House Restaurant, there was a parking requirement. We had 72 parking spaces, and today we only have 60 parking spaces. And the reason for that is we lost the spaces contiguous to us on the adjacent lot. If you also recall, back in 1999, there were 174 seats in this restaurant, and today we only have 129 seats, a reduction of 45 seats. And the reason for that was we expanded the kitchen. We doubled the size of our kitchen and a lot more space between our tables inside. Mr. Drill wanted me to renotice and also include in the notice lot number 2, which is our parking lot across the street. And I did that and served the proper notice, and I filed proof of service.
And I reviewed the notice, and the notice is not just sufficient, it's very good.
Very good, thank you. At the last hearing also, the board professional, Mr. Banish, wanted us to file a lighting and landscaping plan. And we did that, and the board gave us the courtesy of allowing us to submit it 10 days instead of the usual period of time. So right now, I have the lighting and landscaping person who designed it to testify very briefly, and I also have Mr. Marchese, who is identifying where the dumpsters are located and the type of enclosure for the dumpsters, and that's our case.
Okay, terrific.
I call Joe Davi. Joseph?
Good evening, how are you?
Good. Can you raise your right hand?
Yes.
And do you swear the testimony you're going to give in this proceeding is going to be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do, yeah.
Can you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Joe Davi, my last name is D'', capital A, V as in Victor, I.
Okay. And your
Joe?
address?
My address, 6 Franklin Road, Mendham, New Jersey, that's my office.
Okay.
Joe, we're going to speak into the same microphone, okay? Sure. Can you tell the board your occupation?
I'm a landscape designer. I do residential and outdoor dining areas for both residential and for banquet halls, catering halls, and occasionally country clubs.
Can you tell us your educational background?
I went to school for landscape architecture and ornamental horticulture and outdoor design.
Okay. And after you graduated school, what did you do?
I've been in this industry for 12 years now, doing both residential and outdoor design.
And does that include, when you say outdoor dining, and does it include landscaping, et cetera?
That's right, yes.
Are you a licensed landscape architect?
I am not. No, I'm a licensed home improved contractor. So.
We're having a problem because
Sure.
board members are not understanding what you're saying. It's not your fault.
Okay.
It's
You want to grab the other mic? And
See if
maybe,
that
so you don't
works
have to
any
pass
better?
it back and
Sure.
forth. Or maybe if you're just not moving the mics around.
You want?
Yeah, you were on.
Okay.
Good.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
And there's a copy of the plan going up, right?
You have a copy of the plan?
Dave, do you have a copy of the landscape plan?
Okay.
Do you want him to repeat any of his testimony regarding his
Background?
background?
No, but you're going to get him qualified.
What I'm doing right now?
Right.
Right. He just went through his educational background, went through his work experience. Have you ever testified before a board before?
I have not,
Okay. How long have you been in business for yourself?
since November of this year, of last year, yes.
Okay.
You're not a licensed landscape architect.
That's correct. I am not.
What are you proposing him as?
He is a
I'll let-
designer of outdoor dining areas and also for landscape. He has a degree in horticulture. He has designed outdoor dining before. He has worked in the field about 12 years. We're not going to bring in a landscape architect or something like this.
Right. We have an architect on it.
Given the narrow scope of this particular application, we will accept him as an expert in the area of outdoor dining design,
Fine.
with the understanding that if this were a full site plan approval,
I understand.
it wouldn't be sufficient. We don't want to set a precedent here that,
I understand. We would have brought in a landscape architect if it was something like that.
okay. Yeah, that's fine.
I kept my drawing more conceptual to illustrate what we're trying to propose out there.
Any questions from other board members on qualifications? Ms.
Yes.
Covlini?
Can you tell us what restaurants you've done outside design dining for and country clubs?
Personally, I've done the Crestmont Country Club, which is in Caldwell, and the Venetian, which is the banquet hall over in Garfield.
Any other questions? Then, so accepted as previously stated. Any board member have a motion concerning that? Okay, then we're good.
Joe, you prepared a landscape and lighting plan, is that correct?
That's correct.
And the board has a copy of that. Could you just generally review with the board the plan that you prepared, starting in the upper left-hand corner of the plan that you submitted?
Yes. What we've done is we've gone ahead and created what we feel is an appropriate amount of space for people both to get in and out of the area for dining, as well as circulation for both waiters, waitresses, and members of the restaurant. So we've laid out the site conceptually based on where tables can be placed, not necessarily how they will be placed, with the event that sometimes the two-top table will have to come a four-top if people come in, obviously, like they would like to move things together, with a maximum seating capacity of 24 seats. On the area, we're planning a deck, which would be the best material for this use. It would be a wood material of some sort or a composite. The reason being is because there is a great deal of slope going from the front door, the front steps, down to the property line where the rose bushes and the apple is planted now. So without that, we don't have the room to create the retaining walls that we would need to give you proper, space for everything to be level. So we felt that the deck with wood would be a lot better use of space there. And we've created a small 30-inch high picket-type fence to create a barrier, a buffer around the space, so that when patrons come in to dine, they feel that it's very, somewhat closed, confined, but also open and airy so they could see out across the street, down the street at Finley, as well as the beautiful landscaping that we're putting around the space.
Can you just generally describe the landscaping for the board?
Sure. Right now, we have more or less a field of mulch out there with roses and a couple of apple trees. We're going to try to make use of what we have since we've already invested the time and money with those plant materials. So we'll actually pick up the roses, plant them in more of a mass to the right side of the dining space, which will help buffer the walkway between the properties, as well as a couple of boxwoods, which you can see against the top of the sheet there, which will help break that wall up there under the two windows against the space. We would like to put some outdoor rope lighting, so some type of lighting so that it has a nice ambiance at night to create a feeling of not being bright, but just so people could see where they're going in and out, as well as some mood lighting and low voltage landscape lighting underneath the apple tree and maybe even against part of the rose bushes.
I have no further questions of the witness.
The landscape lighting plan prepared by Distinctive Design and Management, that's the one up on the screen?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, and you prepared that?
Yes.
Okay, and it's undated?
Okay.
Right, can you just, for record purposes, can you date the one you have on the table now? I know that you submitted it at least 10 days before. So
Yeah.
could you put the date on it, when you prepared it, and let's get that entered as an exhibit as A1?
This was done, I believe it was the 11th of July, or perhaps around the 10th of July.
So put a date on it, and then after that, walk it down to Fran, please. And Fran's going to take it from the file, and we're going to mark that as Exhibit A1.
What's that date gonna be?
7/11.
Any questions from board members for Mr. Davi?
Mr. Chair?
Ms. Alper?
Mr. Davi, how high is the deck going to be off of the ground?
Okay. At one point where the stairs meet, it's going to be flush with the brick walkway that's there along Finley right now. Towards the furthest end where that last lamppost light would be, it's
To the
about...
right?
To the right, correct. It is about 14 inches, more or less. So that's why we felt that both the railing or, deck, the picket fence type fence would be both containing people in and also preventing the need for some kind of a wall. I believe someone brought up the point of maybe a 2-inch lip last time. I wasn't at the meeting, but they mentioned something like that. We felt that might be more of a trip hazard on the edge of a dining area, so we felt that going up to the 30 inches would work a lot better.
So the picket fence is going to be flush against the deck?
Yeah, the bottom of the deck, so that'll remain level with the flat deck. That'll remain all the same height.
And there will be no space between the deck and the fence, even as you go, looking at this diagram that's shown up on the screen, as you go to the right, the fence is going to go straight along the deck, and there won't be any...
That's right. There might need to be some like lattice paneling of some sort just to ground it a little bit, but we're hoping to do that with some vegetation as well. The illustration, there's a 3D sketch as well, which is not up on the board there, but that does show it a little bit better.
And what kind, from the fence out toward the street, what, is the fence going to be up right against the sidewalk, or will there be some space between the fence and the sidewalk?
The fence out by the street, where would that be?
The fence that's going to be on the outside of the deck.
Well, it stops at the walkway, so it wouldn't be out by the road. Yeah.
Thank you.
To follow up on that, Mr. Debbie, how wide is the walkway that is left once the decking is placed out there?
There's no change to the existing walkway.
Any other board members have questions?
Yeah, I do. In terms of, is the fence going to be, you said a picket fence, is it going to be white like the restaurant?
Yes, we're leaning towards matching it some kind of architectural element to the house, of the Washington House, and that's going to be a white. We felt that went best with the trim on the windows as well as the architecture of the building.
Okay, thank you.
And minor detail on that, we were thinking of some type of flat top to the top of the pickets, nothing real sharp, no finials or anything like that.
Okay, thank you.
About 2 inch by 2 inch, so it's not heavy.
Ms. Axe?
You probably said it, but the echo's pretty bad. Is it wood or is it composite?
Are we talking about
the actual decking?
The flat deck? I think we're leaning towards a composite just to help with the splintering and the maintenance that comes with it.
Originally, the last meeting, it was going to be wood, so now we're going towards composite.
I would have to ask, the builders what they wanted to use for that, the installers of that, but
Could you ask them right now?
yes.
Just ask them, so we get it answered and on to the next. Talk to him. Whisper in his ear and then he'll answer.
We're going to lean towards a natural wood, either a teak or an ipe type.
Okay.
Do you have anything further? Any other questions from board members? Anything from the professionals? Mr. Banish?
Yeah, just real quickly. All right, the
Turn it on.
lights are, they're going to be
You
draped
gotta
on
turn
the
it
picket
on.
fence?
Yeah, I was afraid we'd get more echo. The lights are going to be draped on the picket fence, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, and are they going to be maintained on all the time? And the reason I ask that is during the colder weather months, when it's dark outside, what you've basically introduced next to the sidewalk there is a 30-inch high fence.
Yes.
And it's just for pedestrians' visibility, so will the lighting be maintained on a continual basis, even when the outdoor seating area is not in service?
We typically run our low-voltage lighting on a photocell timer, so that even on a dark day at 5 p.m., if a storm's coming in, the lights will turn on. So we would try to set this up in the same fashion where as it gets dark, or dark enough that the lights will actually turn on. Same with the low voltage to uplight the trees.
Okay, thank you. Is this the witness that's going to deal with the fencing around the dumpster?
No.
Okay. That's it for me.
Thank you, Mr. Banish. Anyone else? No? Okay. And just one more time back to the board. Anyone? No? Okay. We're going to open it up to the public for both questions. We'll just do questions of this witness. Oh, anyone have a question of this witness concerning the testimony you just gave?
For the public, is there any way we could show them also the sectional that I did, the 3D drawing? It might help for most people who can't read the site plan down. Is there a way to get both drawings up there? Okay. There you go. Thank you.
Can you test out that mic?
Testing.
Can you give him that handheld?
I'm
I just have one question.
going to ask David to
Michael,
That sounds a
email
lot
Chris.
better.
Yeah, okay.
Could you identify yourself for the record?
Michael Bort, 14 Annan Road. Just a question on the outside dining. Are the people going to be blocked from the cars, or are the people safe from cars, or?
Yeah, well, we're up about 6 feet higher than the road, so I think we would be safe from cars. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Park. Any other member of the public have a question for this witness concerning the testimony you just gave? Seeing none, we'll close that. Mr. Basagna, your next witness.
Joe Marchese.
Okay, Mr. Marchese was previously sworn. You know that you remain under oath, correct?
Correct.
Joe, since the last meeting, I understand that you made some changes in the survey for lot number 2.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
What did you do?
Because the town is, I went to the town and got the topography map, which showed the surrounding buildings, and I used that to add it to the survey so we could see the location of the existing house in relation to where the existing garbage.
Mr. Marchese, I'm real sorry. I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay.
And we can't hear you either. Yeah. Well, we heard that.
I was able to put the existing residence on the survey showing the lower lot so we can show the distance between where the existing garbage dumpsters are, just to know how, get a location for that.
Dave, can you put up the plan he's talking about, please?
And then based on comments from the last meeting, we worked out an enclosure for the garbage dumpsters.
And can you point out to the board where the garbage...
And just for the record, that drawing up on the screen is which sheet of the architectural plans? Is it sheet S1, S2, or S3?
It is not on any sheet right now. It's just a standalone sheet.
That's the standalone survey?
That's a
Yes.
standalone survey.
And what's the date on that? December, last dated June? No, I don't know. What's the date on the updated survey?
Well, it's lot number 2 that identifies it, and
Correct. But that survey was dated June 3, 2010. It looks like you added something to that.
that's correct. He did. He just testified to
I
that.
understand. So what is the date on that document that's up on the screen?
When did you add to it?
Now, what's the date on the document? Does it still say June 3, 2010?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so when did you update that and draw in the dumpster enclosure?
About July 10th.
Do you have one of those sheets with you?
Yes, I do. You submitted it to the board.
I understand that. I want to make it A2. I want to get a date. I want to get a date. I want him to put the date that he prepared that and have Fran mark it in as an exhibit A2.
Oh, well, I don't have a copy. Do you have a copy?
Joe, do you have an example of what this enclosure is going to look like?
Yes, I believe
You gave me, sent me pictures, is that right?
yes.
Is this the way it's going to look like, or it's going to be much more?
Well, it's going to be new and,
Okay.
better, but it's,
Are those pictures, do we have those pictures?
No, we do not.
No, we
We
don't.
do not. So I'm going, may I introduce this into
Who took
evidence?
those pictures?
the owner.
Okay. We already have the owner sworn.
This is an example of what the enclosure will look like.
Understood.
Right.
How many pictures do you have?
I have 11, 12,
No, of the same image?
oh, same image.
One image?
One
Okay.
picture
Okay.
of the enclosure.
The
That's all.
picture is going to be marked Exhibit A3 by Fran, and could you hand out, and the owner took those pictures, correct? Okay, give one to Fran and then give one to all the board members, and you
Yes.
can describe it. And this is a picture of a similar type dumpster enclosure, is that
Correct.
correct?
That the applicant is proposing for this site.
That is correct. Something similar to what you see in the pictures, but new. Joe? Yeah.
The base frame is a chain link metal structure, and then on top of the frame, we'll be attaching horizontal wood slats to create a privacy for the dumpsters.
What color?
Natural or very close to the color of the wall that's there now, which is a brownish.
There is a, going on to another subject.
Before you do, is the purpose of this picture to indicate the general height and obscurity of the materials you're going to put up, as opposed to the overall quality?
The only one we can find.
But what are the materials that are going to be? Oh, only because this, I mean, this obviously obstructs the view of the dumpsters?
But the dumpster might be nice.
But compared to what's going on at that particular lot now, this would be, I'd hate to say, this wouldn't be an improvement, this would be a detraction, so.
No, that is only an example of the type of structure.
So it's going to be square?
It's going to be square.
It's going to be
brand new.
It's going to be how tall is this?
5 feet.
What type of wood? Can you just tell him?
Cedar plywood slats.
Cedar,
Plywood slats.
cedar plywood plank.
Slats.
Slats.
Okay. Thank you.
Cedar posts or metal?
No,
posts?
it's a metal frame, but
All right, Vince, I don't want to cut you off. You keep going. I'm sure there's going to be further questions and comments on this, but why don't you get through your presentation?
There is a report from Mr. Schley that, I think the date of the report is July 24, 2015. Did you see that report? We went over it, you and I together?
yes.
Okay, is there anything in that report that we cannot comply with?
No.
Okay. Mr. Schley had a question in the report regarding how this impacts upon the master plan and the historic district. Do you see any impact at all?
No, I do not.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Bisson. Any questions from the board? No. Professionals? Mr. Banish?
Okay.
Mr. Quinn, thank you.
Two questions. I see that the dumpster is located for maximum access, easy access. I'm presuming that that area of the parking lot is flat enough to accommodate a dumpster so that
Yes.
you're not at a wicket tip. The other comment I had about the deck area is, since there is some fall of grade and it is right against the street, in order to keep it aesthetic, I think you're going to need some sort of band along the front and sides where the deck will be, where the grade falls away and the deck will be up here. You don't want to be able to look under the deck or have access under the deck, so you're going to have to provide some sort of banding so that it's a seamless look from the street, that there's no annular space underneath for critters or anything to get under, or just, for aesthetic value.
Yes.
All right. That's it for me.
Thank you, Mr. Quinn. Mr. Banish?
Yeah, I'm a little bit troubled by the design of the dumpster enclosure, and I'd like to suggest something a little bit more substantial. And while I know we don't have really time to deal with that right now, I think that this should probably include a concrete pad and a more substantial design than the example that's put in front of the board. And that design should be subject to approval by the board professionals.
How does the applicant feel? Terrific, you note that condition. Okay, thank you, Mr. Banish. Okay, anything further from Mr. Shaw?
The size of the two decks, they're shown a little bit bigger on the landscape plan compared to the architectural plans. So which one are we going with, and what's ultimately going to be the size?
The architectural plans.
Okay, the architectural plans are
Yes.
accurate. And okay, you did say you agreed to all the other comments in my memo. Thank
Mr.
you.
Schley, do you know how much larger the architectural plan is than the?
No, the landscape plan was actually larger.
Oh, okay.
The architectural plan are all the numbers that I cited in my report on the top of page 2.
And how
Landscape
much larger
plan.
is the landscape plan?
The landscape plan, there was, on either side of the front stoop, the architectural plan shows that there's going to be a space of about 2.5 feet between the sides of the stoop and where the deck starts. And the landscape plan showed the decks going all the way up to meet the stoop. That was my question.
Mr. Carlucci?
From the level of the deck to the far right-hand corner that we saw before, so it's 14 inches approximately.
Yes, I believe so.
Is that enclosed to the ground along the face of it, or is it open?
No, it'll be enclosed.
What kind of enclosure will that be?
Some sort of band board, and I believe there's also going to be, at least along the side, there'll be some shrubbery, but across the face, it'll be a band, it'll be solid.
I guess my concern is if it's an open space, who brings
Yeah, no, it,
lattice, feedback? Yeah, but I want to know that I just want to make sure that it's going to be protected from anything that could live on that.
okay.
Do you have, is there an exhibit that shows that lattice you're talking about now?
No. Yes.
Is there, do you have an exhibit that you submitted that shows the lattice that he's talking about right now, Vince?
I don't think there is one like that.
Did that landscape rendering by any chance? Can you get the landscape rendering? If it does, great. If it doesn't, then I'm going to suggest that as a board feel strongly about that, that you impose a condition that it be revised to include lattice to the satisfaction of the board professionals.
I agree.
Is the lattice shown on that?
No.
Okay. So, Mr. Carlucci, can I ask you, tell me what you're looking for that lattice so I can make sure I get the condition right?
I want to make sure that it's lattice or anything else. It's just something that protects things from, you know, when somebody decides their hamburger falls off down there and something else gets it, it's not gonna live there.
So hearing the board members' concern, what do you propose? What revision do you propose to the plan to deal with that concern?
That if there are any openings, that it should be covered with some sort of screening behind the lattice to prevent varmints from getting in.
Are you good, Mr. Carlucci?
Yeah, that's fine. That's exactly what I was looking for.
Okay.
Ms. Padici?
Mr. Marchese, well, now we're on the issue about the deck and everything again. The planks on the base of the deck, how, I mean, are they going to be flush the one, I mean, someone goes on that deck that has heels and they could essentially get in the seam of that
No,
deck?
It'll be a smooth transition.
Pardon?
It'll be a smooth transition. There will not be a space large enough to catch heels or anything like that.
Okay, so that means that what Mr. Carlucci said then, that if someone spills something from the table, it's not going to go down, it's going to sit on the deck then, right?
Yes.
Okay.
In other words, your testimony is that there's no separation between the boards on the deck?
No.
That can't be your
No,
testimony.
it
Then
can't
if it
be.
rains in the winter, you're
Right.
gonna have a big problem.
Right.
Okay, so what's the testimony? I mean, what-
Can you
what kind of
can you
separation-
approximate the spacing between the planks? Is it
A 16th
There you go.
a 16th of an inch or less.
All right.
So it's minimal.
Yes.
Enough to let water through, but not enough to let a woman's heel of a shoe through. Is that your
Yes.
testimony?
Yes.
And there'd have to be sufficient lighting at night so that someone can navigate to that furthest table.
Yes, the road plan.
Yeah.
I believe that was testified to by the by the designer.
Unfortunately, Mr. Masano, with this echo, it's all mumbo
I
jumbo
understand,
at
yeah.
this point.
Yes, he indicated that there will be sufficient lighting for safety purposes.
Okay. Okay. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Padici. Any other board members?
Yeah,
Ms. Alpha?
Mr. Chair, I have a question for Mr. Banish. It's actually regarding the enclosure, which you're going to be weighing in on. It troubles me a little to have the metal poles rather than wooden posts, and I'm wondering if you have a thought on that, since you'll be the one who's ultimately going to make the call.
Well, it's going to be it's dependent on the design that they propose. If they want to put steel columns in a concrete pad and mount the wooden enclosure to those steel columns, they'll have to be substantial enough to support that construction, so I wouldn't be troubled about that. And in fact, I'd probably prefer that to having wooden posts in the concrete, which would be subject to rotting over time. I think the steel post might be a more permanent installation. And so we're also going to be looking for sufficient width on the dumpster so that the dumpster can be easily rolled in and out without the enclosure being damaged over time as well.
Thank you.
Any other board members? Ms. Axe?
Mr. Banish had said that perhaps they should be on the dumpster enclosures on a cement pad. But if the dumpsters are being, I don't know if they're being emptied into a dumpster, or if they're being traded off as they're emptied, would be difficult if it was on a pad.
My guess is the truck is going to open the doors, drive into the dumpster, dump it, put it back on the concrete pad, and close the doors.
But I do agree about the metal post better than the cedar for the rot.
Any other board members?
Keep in mind that the stormwater regs that were put into effect a number of years ago do deal with dumpsters and garbage enclosures and things like that. So there are other regulations that apply here.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. Mr. Bassan, do you have any other testimony?
No.
Is this it? You're done? You're going to make a
Yes.
closing statement, or? Okay, so then at this time, we're going to open it up to the public for questions of Mr. Marchese concerning his testimony this evening. Plus, if anyone has any comments concerning the application, now would be the time to do so. Does anybody have any questions or comments, any member of the public? Seeing none, we're going to close that portion. Okay, Mr. Bisogno, final comments?
Yes, just very briefly, I think this is something that we should encourage more so in downtown Basking Ridge and to bring people downtown. I think it serves the master plan. The only issue involved here is parking. You know, there may be a technical variance regarding parking. We have now 60 parking spaces that are on site, but the percentage, if you calculate the number of seats in a restaurant that's required for a restaurant and an office, we meet the ordinance requirement, even at 60. There's plenty of parking on the street right in front of us, on the side street. We have reduced our number of seats from what existed in 1999, from 174 down to 129. So the ratio is about the same, and we are taking out of service 24 seats inside the restaurant in a particular area so that it could be enforced. So overall, I think that the parking issue is something that is not substantial. It is something that I think is going to be a benefit to downtown Basking Ridge. Thank you.
Just to clarify, when you had the variance for the 72 spaces, you had 174 tables at that time. At present, you have 129 tables.
That is correct.
Versus 60, seats. So it was 174 seats, now 129 seats, 72 spaces, then 60 spaces now.
That is correct.
And one of the key points of this application is that to the extent you're going to have seats outside on this new proposed space, you're going to be decommissioning seats inside for that evening.
That is correct. That is something we offered right in the beginning.
Okay, thank you. Okay, what is the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chair, I'll
Did you want to comment on the criteria, a little more detail concerning the variance?
Well, we're dealing with a hardship issue here. We don't have any more parking to provide for the board.
Is it a C2 or a C1?
This could be either one, C2 or C1. You know, I think, and you see it more and more today, outdoor dining is becoming something that is quite common in downtown areas because it brings people downtown, it brings business downtown to Basking Ridge. You have a hardship here because of the fact there is no further parking that we could have on site. We meet the ordinance requirement if we were counting the number of seats that are required in a restaurant. We meet the ordinance requirement at 60.
That's just part of our summer theme. Don't be distracted by it. It was just to set a mood. We're with you, Mr. Bisogno. We're with you all the way.
Bisogno, you are not wiped out.
Actually, that's the cue music, like the Oscars. You exceeded your time. Please.
step down.
If you count the number of available spaces that are along the side street, you know, where our restaurant is and where our parking lot is, you will find there are at least 20 additional spaces that can accommodate our parking. So I think we've established the positive criteria, that there is a hardship, that there's a benefit, the benefit outweighs the detriment, and there's no substantial detriment to the zone plan or the zoning ordinance, because it's something that exists now in downtown Basking Ridge, right across the street, you know, and in several other restaurants in Bernards Township, River Corner, the Copper Kettle, all have some ambiance.
And I take it, this application doesn't create the need for that variance.
No. That's
The
correct.
fact that you lost the extra parking created the need for the variance, and the fact is that you then eliminated the number of seats, correct?
Correct. And we made, correct, that's correct.
Okay.
I have a question, Mr. Chair. Is there an agreement that there will be no more than 129 seats?
Yeah, they
Is that-
agreed last time to no more than 129, and they agreed last time that when they put seating outside, they will eliminate 24 inside in a designated area on the plan. Correct?
Correct. So there's no increase in parking requirements.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pasani.
Yes. Just so I understand, he speaks to the number of seats, spaces in relation to restaurant seats. But do we also consider the office space? Just so that I'm...
The number of spaces required by the ordinance is set by the ordinance. They need a variance from that. They needed one in 1999. They were granted one in 1999. They were granted a variance that said they had to provide 72 parking spaces. At that time, they had 107, pardon me,
For the entire building.
72 spaces for the entire building.
All
There
used.
wasn't an office.
There weren't offices.
There weren't offices then.
Okay.
No, but I think that's important.
Yeah, but.
I believe there were offices, but they were for growth catering.
Right.
So there
There's
were
there's offices included in the requirement, the parking requirement. There's 13, I believe 13 spaces are the requirement for the office, which gets you from 99 for the restaurant to 112 total.
So the requirement has not changed. How many they're providing has changed. What their argument is, I'm not arguing for or against, I'm just telling you, what the requirement is 112. They were granted a variance to 72 in 1999. Unrelated to this application, they lost 12 spaces in an area where the resolution required them to park there. It was owned by someone else, they lost that. They then reduced their seats in the restaurant from 174 down to 129. Their argument for why the board should grant a new variance, they still need a parking variance, but now to provide 16, 70 instead of 72 spaces is because of the reduction in the number of seats in the restaurant. That's their argument.
And the number, has anything changed in regard to the office space?
No, it's
Same.
occupied by the restaurant people.
And same, is it the same square footage, the
Yeah,
office
same
space?
square footage.
Probably did
That has
do
not
the
increased.
calculations. They told us it was something different back then. I don't know. What's going on.
No, I don't think there's any outside revenue.
We, Finley Enterprise,
Sir, you got to be in the microphone.
Finley Enterprise, and we also own Scandic Builders. We occupy the entire office space. We do sublet out to a couple different, to a charity, some other financial people that occupy 3 offices and an architect. But everybody's through us, and we were under the understanding when we did the renovations with the building, we checked with the zoning officer that was all okay to do, as long as everything was under our master lease. We occupied it, and then we were able to sublet out offices as we needed. So that's how it's done. And there were offices before.
That is correct.
All right, any other questions? All right, then, anybody have deliberations or a motion?
I move that we accept the application with the conditions that have been stated.
Okay, so you making a motion to grant preliminary and final site plan approval with the parking variance?
Yes,
Subject to all those conditions?
correct.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Alper. Is there a second?
Second.
I think Mr. Hagan beat you there, Ms. Axe, I'm sorry. Okay, Mr. Hagan on the second. Any discussion on the motion?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr.
I
Miller.
would note that shortage of parking in downtown Basking Ridge is a problem. It's not unique to this particular applicant. It's not their fault. We're short of parking spaces in downtown Basking Ridge, and I would argue that we should not penalize this particular applicant for what is a generic condition.
Thank you, Mr. Millay. Any other comments?
And I
Discussion?
would say that
since they have agreed and as a condition, they are going to take away 24 spaces inside the building when they have 24 spaces outside the building, that they, they're not going to be, this is not going to increase the number of people who they will be serving at any particular one time, because they have to do a one-for-one swap inside and outside. So that would not exacerbate the parking issue in and of itself.
Thank you, Ms. Medici. Any other board members have any comments or deliberations? Okay. Seeing nothing further, then Fran, roll call, please, on the motion made by Ms. Alper, seconded by Mr. Hagan.
Ms. Alper?
Yes.
Mr. Galucci?
Yes.
Mr. Hagan?
Yes.
Mr. Malay?
Yes.
Ms. Pavlini?
Yes.
Ms. Padici?
Yes.
Ms. Axt?
Yes.
Mr. Harris?
Yes.
Mr. Plaza?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Sonia.
Ms. Sonia.
Okay, before we move on to the next application, are there board members who will be leaving us? Mr. Carlucci, Mr. Malay, Mr. Harris?
Yeah, I would just like to call the application, because there's going to be another board member leaving, and I'd just like to put it on the record.
Okay, so we're going to... Oh, here it is, got it, sorry. Next item on the agenda is the continued public hearing in Islamic Society of Basking Ridge, Inc., PB 12-001, Block 9301, Lot 2, 124 Church Street, preliminary and final site plan approval.
Okay, so, we will see, I don't know exactly, the members of the public, they're going to testify. Just so, for the record, Mr. Quick had submitted a tree expert report from Tamke Tree Service. I did not have it distributed to the board because who knew if he was going to actually show up to testify, so I didn't want to distribute anything ahead of time. As it turned out, there was an objection made by Mr. Raymar as to a conflict of interest, because apparently Mr. Raymar's client sent in a letter that they had consulted with Tamke in 2012 and 2013, and Mr. Quick had consulted with Tamke in the past couple of weeks. So it then came to my attention that Ms. Board Member Axt's husband has worked for Tamke for over 30 years. So at this point, for an abundance of caution, I have spoken to Board Member Axt, and I have suggested, now she is not eligible to vote right now in any event. She would have had to have reviewed approximately 2.5 years worth of tapes, which she was seriously considering doing, but because a conflict, an appearance of a conflict on behalf of a board member cannot be waived. So even though Mr. Raymar told me he had no objection, and I assumed that Mr. Quick would have had no objection, once both sides consulted Tamke, whether someone testifies from Tamke or not, I felt uncomfortable enough that I suggested that Ms. Axt forget about trying to listen to the 2.5 years and just recuse and move off the dais for the rest of the proceeding and not participate at all, and she agreed, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Axt. Mr. Simon?
For the benefit of the public, I think that was, a little bit of bits and pieces as to what maybe had transpired. And for a board member who was considering to listen to the tapes to catch up so to be an eligible voting member, I think it's only fair to the public that a little more explanation be given as to the background of this. The public has no idea.
The public doesn't have to. When a board member recuses, they can recuse without giving a reason. I gave as much of a reason, more of a reason, than legally has to be given.
And in fact, Mr. Simon, the description given is the limit of what the board members are aware of.
The board members don't know. I never handed the report out on purpose.
So what you're proposing, and I'll hear from Mr. Drill as to his opinion on this, but what you're proposing would actually put before the board information that was decided should not be before the board. So.
That's correct.
And I'll defer to Mr. Drill for his explanation as to why he thinks that's the appropriate course here.
if we go into any more detail, then the board is going to hear about what was in the Tamkey tree report, expert report submitted by Mr. Quick, and they're going to hear what Tamkey said to the applicant, and there's documents on both sides, and I want all those documents out of the record and not considered by the board.
I couldn't disagree more. I'm not asking at all, nor do I believe it's appropriate for anything to be divulged to the public or members of the board regarding the sum and substance of what was in this document or what constituted, what it actually said and what someone said to someone. What I'm saying is that if, in fact, the attorney representing the board contacts a board member and says, hey, board member, I think that there could be a potential conflict.
I asked her questions in the attorney-client privilege. I asked her questions, and in response to the questions I asked her, I felt that out of an abundance of caution, she should recuse herself, and I am not going to divulge my conversation to her or her answers back to me.
So the board's position is that the reason for the conflict, without getting into any specifics at all, should not be made public as part of the proceeding?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
May I ask a question?
Sure, Mr. Raymore. Good evening.
Do I take it from the colloquy that Tamkey is not appearing?
I don't know. And what happened was, it doesn't matter, because after I spoke with the board member, with the conversation, I felt that the board member should recuse herself. And we're not going into any more detail than that. I have no idea if they're going to call the expert or not. So it's time for Mr. Quick. It's time for Mr. Quick. It's time for Mr. Quick to do his presentation.
I have a question on the procedural matter what just happened.
Come on up, Mr. Wahi.
Sorry for that, I couldn't understand. My name is Ashok Wahi. Without disclosing any more than what you are legally allowed to do in this thing, from a layman's point of view, I just didn't understand what just happened.
Okay, so for the benefit of the public, and because I was not involved, I'm going to ask Mr. Drill to just explain one more time what transpired in the limited fashion that was explained and how it relates to the fact that Ms. Axt is now recused and stepped off of the dais. So, Mr. Drill, thank you, Mr. Wahi. If you could resume your seat, Mr. Drill will explain it to everybody.
Mr. Quick submitted an expert report from Tamkey Tree Service. Mr. Quick, the date that you submitted, just for the record, what was the date that you submitted it?
Last week, perhaps?
No, I know last week.
It was Friday.
Friday, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so Mr. Quick submitted an expert report on Friday. He sent it to Fran. He copied me, Mr. Raymar, and Mr. Simon, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I told Fran, I advised Fran not to hand the report out until tonight after the expert from Tamkey testified. Because what happens if he didn't appear in the report that handed out? In any event, he was going to testify about the report. That was Friday. I didn't think twice about it. Now, things happened that I wasn't involved in between the parties yesterday. I wasn't a party to it. I don't know about it. I do know that I got a letter today, a copy of a letter that ISBR had sent to Temke, and without going into the details of that letter, it's fair to say that ISBR objected to anyone from Temke testifying because the letter said, at least, that ISBR had actually consulted with someone from Temke in 2012 and 2013 about this site. Correct? That's what the letter said.
I haven't seen the letter yet.
Okay? You were emailed. It was also emailed to you.
I'm sure.
You probably didn't.
Not denying that.
Right. Okay. So, I then did some research on whether or not a board has the legal authority to prevent someone from testifying if there is a conflict, a witness conflict. And just for the record, because this is not revealing any attorney-client privilege, my opinion was that the board had no authority to bar a witness who has a conflict from testifying. I had written an article about this in 1996. It was up on the firm's website, and I'm sure some people checked and they could see what my opinion was, and my opinion hasn't changed. And so I thought that that was going to be the issue. It then came to my attention that board member Axe's husband has not just worked for Tamke for a couple years, worked for Tamke for 30 years, and knows the people involved on both sides of the consultations. I then called her to say that if someone from Tamke was going to testify, I was going to suggest that she recuse herself. We had a discussion, which I'm not going to go into, and after the discussion, I felt that regardless of whether the person from Tamke testifies or not, she should recuse herself, and she agreed. Is that correct, without going into the details?
Yes.
That's what happened.
May I privately just approach?
No, there is no private here.
Well, I don't
It's
want...
it's on the record or it's not, so.
I don't want to jeopardize the hearing about what I'm going to say about this.
Mr. Quick, Mr. Quick, you're not close to the microphone. All of this is completely lost.
Okay, the other
Fran,
thing
this
is,
meeting would be
Don't have to be that
incomplete.
close, but
Okay, but
please, you can't,
Mr. Quick,
no.
you can't, under any circumstances, have any private conversations with any board member. I think what you're asking is if you can have a private conversation with Mr. Drill. We're going to take, and I'm going to defer to Mr. Drill on whether that's going to happen or not.
That's fine.
But
If you want to talk to me?
I don't want to jeopardize...
No, so we're going to take a hard 5-minute recess, so please don't go too far, because
And
we're going
Mr. Simon might want to talk to me also. And Mr. Raymar might
So
also.
we're going to take a 5-minute recess.
All I wanted to do is just to clarify that the explanation that Mr. Drill just gave was exactly what I had asked for 7 minutes ago, so I am satisfied, at
Okay.
least from my perspective, so I do not need to speak.
That's
to Mr.
good.
Okay. Do you still want to speak to Mr. Drill? Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute recess. That's a hard 5 minutes. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
We're not on yet. We have to wait for the... Wait. Okay, we're back on the record?
Okay, we have one last piece of housekeeping, and that is Mrs. Quick, if you recall, gave that PowerPoint presentation dated May 19th, 2015. There's been back and forth going between Mrs. Quick and the attorney for ISBR and the ISBR representatives for a couple months now. I'm happy to say, announce for the record, they've reached an agreement, and so I have the document, Loretta Quick's PowerPoint public comment ISBR application dated May 19, 2015, and this hard copy of the PowerPoint with the 2 slides removed that they agreed to remove is going to go into evidence by consent as Exhibit P9 with today's date. So, Fran, okay.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, board members. A little unorthodox thing before I bring in a little model.
Mr. Quick, you're going to have
Microphone.
some sort of
Well, even if you grab
microphone
the
in front of you.
handle.
Pick it up, make sure it's turned on, okay?
Yes, no?
Is it turned on? The green
Yes.
light?
Hopefully.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I just wonder if I'd be permitted to ask each of the board members, and they don't have to answer, what their perception of is of how many trees are in the buffer in that area. Just
You can ask it rhetorically, but you can't question the board members as to their specific knowledge.
I'm not interested in the answer, I'm just trying to see how many were close.
Okay.
That's all.
So
Don't, okay.
you'll just have to, you can ask us to imagine and then tell us.
Okay. We're trying to create, I tried to create a little more of an image for the board members because it's, looking up at the screen, it's very hard to sometimes picture what's actually in the buffer area. And this is actually a reproduction of CO6.
Okay.
And it's just 1/3 of it is magnified.
When you say it's a reproduction, you don't really mean, what you mean is you've taken CO6 and you've made it 3D to the best of your ability, correct?
Correct, and Staples did magnify it 3 times, they said, so I just get this portion here.
The whole. The lower part
This-
of the
this is-
drawing is the, you're going from west to east?
The street is here,
Okay.
and then it runs the length of the property line.
So that is a portion of CO6 that has been blown up
Three
threefold?
times,
Okay,
right.
got it.
And the reason I did this is because there are actually 40 trees in this buffer, and some of them are insignificant small cedar trees, but there are several very significant trees. And as Mr. Drillett said, we were going to have an expert here, but the explanation for the certified arborist not showing up will remain a secret. Mr. Drillett has also informed me that I have no shot at...
No.
Oh,
No.
I have no shot at doing better than Mrs. Quick did. Which was...
That wasn't legal advice, that was my personal opinion. And to put it the other way, I said Mrs. Quick hit a home run with her presentation on trees, and I'd like to see you even get close to her. For the record, that's what I said.
So am I allowed an assistant here tell me with the slides?
Of course.
And I would choose the same one I chose 30 years ago to help me? Is that right?
I object at this point.
Now, that's not a surprise.
Just get a microphone.
I thought what Mr. Quick represented this to be was a 3D depiction of all the trees in the buffer that are on CO6.
Yeah.
But when you follow the line, which Staples also magnified 3 times, not all of the line items, like 9-inch tree, 10-inch tree, 7-inch tree, 13-inch tree, 10-inch tree, end up in a vertical dowel. So, at least as far as I can look at this document and compare it to what Mr. Quick represented it to be, either I'm not understanding it or it's not what Mr. Quick said it was.
Mr. Quick, can you explain what those dowels represent? What merited a dowel being inserted into an indication on that portion of CO6 where a tree is located?
What may have been eclipsed in my opening remarks was that there were approximately 40 trees existing in the buffer. And these are what I consider to be significant, the smaller cedar trees.
When you say these, the dowels,
thank you.
represent a 3D depiction of the more significant trees?
Right.
Was there a scale or a minimum criteria that you used to determine what got a dowel and what didn't?
For the majority of them, they were the stronger deciduous trees, the maples, the oaks, and the cherries. And the smaller cedars grow so much, I wouldn't even want to try to depict them there because they're nowhere near as significant in the scheme of things to the buffer.
So I'm counting 18 dowels, but Mr. Quick has now said there are 40 trees in the buffer.
I think including the ones that did not get the dowels.
Mr. Quick, is that correct?
Yes.
So he said he put
now at least we know.
He said he put a dowel in the significant species, not the.
That's not what he said the first time.
But he just clarified it. I
Okay,
believe.
now we know.
Okay.
So that to the extent it's a visual depiction, the board should know there's twice as many trees here as he's put dowels in.
Quick question, Mr. Schley, have you taken a picture of this exhibit? Not yet. Okay, because I want you to take a picture of it just for purposes of the public and the board knowing, Fran's putting together these exhibit notebooks for all the board members. Most of the vast majority of exhibits are small. I think we had 2 exhibits on boards. I think that Mr. Zimmerman, I think, had a big color board, and I believe that Mr. Schley took a picture of that, and so we have that digital to reproduce in the board notebooks. And Fran, I think there was also some sort of, what's the word for it, like a rendering or something? A large rendering, and we also have a smaller rendering. So I'm going to ask Dave, whenever you get a okay, so what is the large rendering, what exhibit number is that? Right. So we have small, we also have 8x10s, right? So again, Mr. Schley, when you get around to it, get a picture of this from, the front and back so we can put that in the exhibit notebook. And I'm assuming it's going to be entered as an exhibit. It hasn't been entered as an exhibit yet. We'll let him testify about it. Right now, this is demonstrative evidence. It's going to show what your testimony is going to be saying. Is that correct?
Yes.
So why don't you keep on going?
Sure. Thank you. I'm a little bit of a loss where to begin. Our expert was going to back me up here and couldn't make it.
Objection.
Look, can I ask you something? Did anyone bar your expert from coming tonight? Did the board bar him from coming? Did the board bar your expert from coming?
You don't want me to say what I said.
I want. Did the board?
No,
did I have? Did
I had no contact.
Did I
with
have
the board.
anything to do whatsoever with the fact that your expert didn't come tonight? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. So your expert's not here, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you can't talk about what he may or may not said. He's not here.
No, I'm sorry. I just was saying that he wasn't here.
I understand, but you shouldn't mention
I'm
the
at a
expert
loss.
at all.
Okay. Sorry. I was trying to be careful even.
Yeah, the only way to be careful is not even to mention the expert.
Mr. Schlein. Thank you, sir.
the purpose here is just to give the board a better example. I guess if I was back in 5th grade, and maybe that's my level today too, still is, I would entitle this, What the Buffer Means to Me. And it'll be just a simple depiction of the significant trees, the ones I consider significant. And I think they're in serious jeopardy by the fact that there's a swale very close to them and a retention-detention basin that is at points 25 feet wide and runs the length of a football field and is 4 feet deep. But we're just trying to give some, again, position and description to
I just put that on.
what just appeared to be a bunch of trees in there.
Yeah, as long as you, yeah.
Okay. Which one? And there's just basically pictures to accompany these individual trees.
And Mr. Quick, you'll be explaining the significance of the writing on them and the numbers.
We attempted to identify the type of tree it was, and we attempted to identify the approximate height as best as we could approximate.
Okay.
And there's the diameters and the tree canopies or drip lines were taken from the plans originally submitted by the applicant.
So, up on the board now, it says ISBR tree analysis, public comment, August 4, 2015, Christopher Quick, and your address. I assume that you want to present this PowerPoint, and that's going to be keyed into this exhibit?
Surely. Go. Again, general portions of the layout are examined here just to orient where we are. We may come back to sections of this a little bit later. We have some direction for just, again, orientation.
Do those correspond to your dowels, Mr. Quick?
Right.
The numbers.
Hopefully.
Numbers match, okay.
That's the idea.
I want to start at the street level, and the first set of 3 trees, I'm going to kind of group them together here, a cherry, an oak, and an oak.
Okay, you were just indicating 1, 2, and 3 on your
Correct,
example?
thank you, yes. Is that right? And, well, and these are just, we have some perspectives of the whole tree line here first also. Yeah, these are the first 2, 3 trees. In this area is the termination of a swale, and that swale's goal is to dump water out, to take water from a high level to a low level, and it dumps it out right on this first tree here, which I don't think is healthy for the tree. The other next point that comes to mind is that the applicant has proposed putting 8 to 10 arborvitae, I think it's approximately 30 foot long, under these same trees. And it's hard to conceptualize if they want to put a 10-foot tree under 2 or 3 trees that currently have branches that stick out 15 feet.
Yeah.
Did they get to shear their side of the tree to stick them up there? It appears to be so detrimental to the tree, let alone not just putting these 2 to 3 foot root balls right in the same footprint of the existing roots of these trees. That I have a problem with it. It doesn't seem like it would be constructive.
May I ask a
beneficial.
question, Mr. Chair?
Do you have an objection, or
I may have to ask a question.
of the witness?
Yes.
No, you'll have
Then
to.
I'll just object.
Okay, well, that's.
The witness has not established any basis to be able to identify the species of the trees. And I wanted to ask the witness whether he knows that of his own knowledge or whether someone told it to him.
Okay.
But without a foundation, the species of the tree is not on CO6. And, most
Okay,
people know an
understood.
oak. I don't know if most people know a pin oak. I don't know what Mr. Quick knows or not. I may or may not have an objection based on what he says.
goes to his qualification to be able to identify. What is the basis of your knowledge?
Just common general knowledge and the good advice of my wife.
Okay.
I'm a tree hugger.
I know.
Okay. So it's personal knowledge.
Okay, at least now we know the source.
Some of these trees go, these are the younger ones actually are 30 feet high, and I just hate to see those lost to an inconsiderate placement and digging and trenching of a swale. The swale is shown to be 7 feet from the, I'm sorry, let me just say, most of the trees depicted right on the line here are not even all mine or all Mr. Chaudhry's. They weave in and out of the property line so that it's nearly impossible to attempt to identify what belongs to who as far as the base of the tree goes. But either way, neither of us should harm the tree would be the inference here. The swale runs for, I think, some 260 feet and is basically a ditch that runs that runs 7 feet wide and is at some points raised above the soil, the current grade, 2 feet, and it could be cut down to under the grade at the end of it when it gets to the street level. So I'm suggesting that there is going to be what I will try to show later, that there's significant harm to the roots of these trees that are all along the swale, and basically almost all of them are along the swale and the property line. I won't even, you'll see in some of the slides, the substantialness of the tree. They're just not cedars that I've chosen to ignore in this discussion. And I think we'll just, where are you? We will make a comment while we're here, please. Going down to number 5, which is on the border. We're calling it a pin oak, 22 inches in diameter, approximately 50 feet high. Then we have a pin oak, another pin oak, 24 inches in diameter, almost within 10 feet of that. But it's the trees. There's a maple and a pine tree, 5B. In this little cluster here, 5B and 5C, that the applicant apparently has missed putting on the tree plan, which there's 2 trees here I'm suggesting that are phantom trees as regards to the plan goes, so I don't know how that affects the tree canopy calculation and whether they're planning on taking those down since they aren't even on the plans. But there was, in such a tight cluster, I can see how somebody missed them. There's so many little trees, it's not impossible. I mean, it's easy to do. I can pass around a, are they allowed to see pictures?
Yeah, but do you have that up there?
It is up there, but for a closer view to see how close these actually are, I don't know if they want to.
That's the one you just showed on the
Yes.
screen.
But
Yes.
they're really tight. And I don't know if they're marked for.
Well, but I assume when you're all
This one
done,
here, yes.
you're going to want to move your PowerPoint into evidence.
Sure. Right, but I just for, in case there was any questions on the trees.
If anyone wants to see any of the individual slides, what he's saying is he has the individual slides there. So if anyone wants to see any up close, just ask him. I'm sure he'll be happy to pass them up.
So, in summary, at point 5, there's 2 substantial trees, a 35-foot maple approximately, and a 50-foot tall large pine tree that are not on their plans.
So is number 5 on the plan and A and B are not on the plan? Is that what you're saying?
Number 5, we kind of numbered them in this cluster because they're so close. Number 5 is on the plan. 5A is on the plan, 5B and 5C are not.
Okay.
Thank you.
5C is not on the plan?
Correct.
The white pine that you're showing on the slide
The
now?
big pine, right, yes. That's not on the plan, and the tree 10, 15 feet in front of that, the maple is not on the plan either. But it's easy to understand how they missed all this because it is so densely populated, very, very close to a forest.
You think that white pine was easy to miss?
I don't want to get in trouble here. Okay. So again, the number five tree is a significant, substantial tree, and being 24 inches in diameter, I'm going to suggest and try to prove later that the basic root growth, the protected root zone, as we'll refer to it later, is 1.5 times the diameter, which would make that roughly 36, and then change to feet. So just using this one tree as an example, I'm going to suggest that the protected root zone, the absolute necessary protection for this root zone for the tree to survive, is 36 feet, and that does not count feeder roots that go on after that.
Objection.
Basis.
Mr. Quick has not put in the record any expertise or ability to testify what a protected root zone is. He just said it's 1.5 times the diameter. We have nothing in this record that shows his expertise to either discuss what a protected root zone is or to calculate it.
Do you have an expertise as to that? Do you have experience with trees that gives you that knowledge?
I do have some experience, but rather than rely on experience, I found, and I was going to bring it out later, but I could bring it out now, I found an internet article that sort of describes that very well.
Objection. We've been through this before. I mean, unless it's a government.
Is it a state publication? Is it a...
No, it's actually United States Department of Agriculture, Forest Service, Northeastern Area State Private Forestry.
That is a...
Well, then I have to see it.
Well, I was going to give it to you, everybody a little later, but I can give it to you now.
Okay, well, because your credentials as to your ability, no, it's not that they're lacking. It's just that the basis of some of the opinions that you're given haven't been established on the record. You haven't held yourself out as an arborist, for instance. So it is a relevant inquiry. So why don't we take a moment, share that with Mr. Raymar. Oh, you have multiple copies? Yeah, then you can keep going. Well,
Yes, I do. You don't hand them out to the board yet.
okay, Mr. Drill, if you could just identify that with particularity for the record.
Yeah, just for the record, what Mr. Quick just handed out is, it says Tree Owner's Manual for the Northeastern and Midwestern United States, and on the top left-hand corner, it indicates that this has been published by the United States Department of Agriculture, Forest Service, Northeastern Area State and Private Forestry, and it has a date of November 2008. And so the issue will be, under the board rule, whether or not the board can take judicial notice of this document. If the board takes judicial notice of the document, then it would seem to me that Mr. Quick could rely on the information in the document to support his testimony.
We haven't yet seen it. Can you tell me if there's any information contained in that isn't directly attributable to that source, to that agency? In other words,
It's not like last hearing when
attaching articles from
Right,
other sources. That's the Forestry Service
at least
work product.
That's what it appears to me to be.
Okay, so then as a preliminary ruling,
Well, why don't you wait to hear from Mr. Raymar and see what he thinks about it.
Mr. Raymar?
I object to the document in the present form. This document, perhaps, if it were complete, might not be objectionable. But, for example,
I forgot to mention, right, it's got page 1, 2, 23, 22, 24, and 25. So there were selected pages from it.
correct, and part of the section on page 24, which doesn't start on page 24, it starts on page
23.
or
They're out of
probably
order.
23.
They're out of order.
Oh, is there a 23?
Is there an indication in the table of contents of what the total number of pages are?
Yes.
Yes, 35.
Okay, Mr. Quick, did you access this online?
Yes.
Okay. Then, with respect to that objection, I think the way we'll handle it is, I'm going to let Mr. Quick proceed and rely upon this. Prior to your opportunity to conduct cross-examination, we'll take a recess, and if you want to review the entirety of the document online to see if the excerpts are somehow misleading relative to the entire document, we'll do that.
Well, they're absolutely misleading,
Well,
because...
how do you know that if you haven't seen the entirety of the document?
Because the title of the section on page 24, and Mr. Drill says there is a page 23 someplace here, but I don't have it.
No, no, you're
23,
right.
I see it. Page 24 says, protecting trees from construction damage. Okay. Careful tree protection will help you avoid the expense and heartache of later repairing or removing the trees. But then, the pages which propose to show how you protect the trees from construction damage aren't here.
It's on page 25.
And so he talks about, he's presented to you what is a protected root zone, and then has not presented to you what you're supposed to do to protect the trees. And as you know, your ordinance, in part, provides what you're supposed to do to protect the trees. So I don't know what the USDA has to say about that subject, because he's giving us an incomplete document. And it would be unfair for me to have to try to access this on the internet, and then what do I do? How do I cross him from the internet? Unless I can project it on the screen.
How would it be different than if he handed you the complete document right now?
Then I would cross-examine him from the complete document.
Are
Or
you
I'd
saying
ask him-
you don't have a device that gives you internet access?
Oh, so you're going to give me time to access the internet?
Yeah.
And then
That was it.
cross-check everything he represents?
The same amount of time you'd need to do that digitally that you would have if you were sitting here with the document to page through. If you need a little bit more time to do that, yes, we would accommodate that.
Well, then I would object to his using this document till I can access the entire document.
Okay, so then,
And what I have is an iPhone.
we're going to let Mr. Quick go, and then we'll take a recess. You can take the time you feel you need to be in a position to cross-examine him. It actually makes better sense for you, Mr. Raymar, to have him done with his testimony, so you know exactly what you need to do relative to that document to satisfy yourself that you're ready to cross-examine him.
Well, fairness and completeness makes the best sense of all.
And I think we're accommodating that to the interests of all concerned. We have to, it's a balance, Mr. Raymar. So, Mr. Quick, please proceed. Well, hold on. So as a preliminary finding, I'm ruling that the document, has it been marked?
No, it hasn't been marked yet.
Can we put an ID on it, just so?
Why don't we mark it for ID only at this point as P10, just because it might end up going in.
Right,
So
okay.
P10 for ID only at this point.
Okay, is as a preliminary matter, a document that pursuant to our rules is something that the board can rely upon and take judicial notice of the information contained therein? Is there a motion by any board member concerning that decision?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I don't think that it's fair to have Mr. Raymar try and access a 35-page document from a phone that's, 4 inches by 6 inches, and be able to have to go back and cross-examine Mr. Quick.
Okay, is that a motion?
Make a motion to overrule
Okay.
you.
Is there a second? Okay, Mr. Hagan's on the second. Any discussion?
Mr. Chair, I just think that Mr. Raymar should be given enough time, but I don't see a problem with Mr. Quick going ahead now with the portions that he has, as long as Mr. Raymar has the time to access the rest of the portions of it to do the cross-examination.
Okay. Anyone else want to be heard on that?
So what does a yes mean, what does a no?
A yes would be to overrule the initial ruling and to exclude the board from relying on the information in P10. So, Fran, roll call?
And just, if you overrule the chairman's preliminary,
Reverse.
if you reverse it, that also means that Mr. Quick is not going to be able to rely on the information in the document at this time.
Until Mr. Raymar is given adequate opportunity.
Until he's given
That's what the
a
motion
full
is.
and complete document,
Well,
because
it would be subject to Mr. Quick reintroducing it at a later date, at a later time.
Correct.
If he doesn't bring it up again, and so maybe that would happen, maybe it wouldn't.
And I mean, it would seem to me that he's entitled to come back.
Right.
Okay, so it might get, Mr. Quick would be entitled, in my opinion, if you overrule the ruling, to come back at the next hearing session.
With a full document.
With a full document, and then.
And Mr. Raymar has reviewed.
Correct.
Okay, so a yes is to reverse. Fran, roll call, please.
Okay, to reverse,
A motion to reverse the chairman's preliminary ruling.
excuse me. Ms. Alper?
I don't think it should be reversed, but I think that Mr. Raymar should be given enough time to review the remaining portions of the document if he wants to use that for cross-examination.
Is that a yes or a no?
Yes or a no?
I don't, well,
an attorney without a decision?
and I don't think it should be reversed.
That's a no.
That's a no.
No. Okay.
No.
Mr. Hagan?
Yes.
Ms. Pavlini?
Yes.
Ms. Pedici?
Yes.
Mr. Plaza?
No.
Okay, so the ruling is reversed. So, under the ruling, you're not going to be able to testify tonight about this, but again, unless, I think the chairman should make a ruling, I'm only giving advice. My advice would be, since Mr. Raymar is the one who objected, that Mr. Quick should be given the opportunity to provide the whole document to Mr. Raymar, and then at the next continued hearing session, he should have the opportunity to then, after he's given him the whole document, come back and try it again. That's my advice. So the
Yeah,
board
well-
has to make a ruling on that.
So my preliminary ruling on that would be that given the basis of the objection, which was one for completeness, I concur with the suggestion of Mr. Drill. So being that that document that was marked P10 is out, in that
It's out for now.
it's out for now, but that obviously forms the basis of a lot of your testimony. Do you want to cease at this
And
time?
go to stormwater, and then at the next hearing session, come back and do the trees.
Or proceed without it? It's your right to proceed without it.
No, I think I'm relying heavily on that document, so yes, because, yes.
So you want to suspend the tree testimony for now, and you're going to come back on that? Okay. Are you ready to proceed to another portion of your public comment that doesn't involve the trees?
Can you give me a little break and
gotta tee
take
up.
some other people, and then I'll come back up with, be reorganized here with, I'm ready to do it, I just,
We'll just, what do you need, 5 minutes?
Why don't we take a 5-minute recess and then tee up your PowerPoint?
Yeah, let's get it going, because you won't be able to do it if other people are talking. So,
Okay.
all right, 5-minute recess, and then we're going to come back with the continuation of Mr. Quick's presentation.
Excuse me. He's videotaping private citizens having a conversation by the bathroom. That's intimidation. Check his phone.
Should I?
Wait, 1 second. No, hold on.
Who's he going to show that to?
All right, Frank, we on?
Yes.
All right, we're back on the record.
Okay, just when we were off the record, a member of the public complained that someone is videotaping people. I will say this, there are people taking pictures in here, there are people videotaping. There's a New Jersey Supreme Court case that says there's a constitutional right to take pictures and videotape. If you believe that you're intimidated or something, there's a police officer in the back. You can ask him if there's a problem, but I'm telling you that everyone in the room has a constitutional right under New Jersey case law to video, to take pictures, as long as they don't disturb anyone like with bright lights or anything like that. So as far as the board is concerned, my advice is the board cannot stop anyone from taking pictures or videotaping where they could be infringing on someone's civil rights. So take it up with someone else, not the board. That's my advice.
Mr. Chair, at the break,
And if you're going to take it up with someone, can you take it out of the room?
at the break, I went to my car, I got my iPad, I looked up the entire document that Mr. Quick is referring to as P10 for ID, and the missing pages are not pertinent to what Mr. Quick is presenting, and therefore, in the interest of fairness, I'm withdrawing my objection now that I've had the opportunity, which the board gave me, to look at the entire document.
Okay, so then that means P10 is now in on consent.
Right, so P10 is now in on consent. Is that correct, Mr. Raymar?
Yes.
Okay. So with that having...
Okay, so hold on. So Fran, you now have to put a P10 tag onto the document. So can someone get one of these documents down to Fran, please? So just to be clear, P10 is now, the document entitled Tree Owner's Manual for the Northeastern and Midwestern United States, published by the United States Department of Agriculture, is now in evidence as Exhibit P10, and that is the portion of the document that we have, which is the cover page, the table of contents, pages 1, 2, and then I'm going to put the pages in order. They're out of order here. 22, 23, 24, and 25.
Okay. So that's in. All right, Mr. Quick, you can proceed.
Thank you. I was trying to describe, I believe, the protected root zone as described by the Forest Service. So I took the diameter of the tree as described basically from the print, and it seems to suggest that I can do 1.5 times that diameter, so I believe at a 24 or 25-inch tree, and I half that roughly, if my math is still close, at 12, so I'm at 36, 37 feet for the protected root zone. I'm sorry, in that calculation it says to change it to feet.
Yeah. Oh.
Is that fine? I'm sorry, yeah.
1.5 times, then convert to feet. Okay.
Yes, I'm sorry. I did that. And that would be the zone that they recommend no disturbance whatsoever. And so taking one of my better examples in the tall oak tree, that would put it 37 feet from the property line into the buffer, which not only encounters the swale, but also the detention basin, as several of these trees do with that protected root zone. Does that make some sense?
Are you in a position to identify which of the dowels that applies to? Can you go through them and tell us which ones are going to be encroached upon based on that calculation in P10?
Surely. if we're talking about the swale affecting it, it would seem to be all the trees from 1 through 8 approximately. And there's a group of 4 in the one's number 5.
And then the rest?
The rest are 2 of them are marked for takedown by the applicant, and the others are pines that would be affected depending on their diameter to reach the detention basin.
Are 2 of the dowels marked for takedown?
These were shown just because they were in the buffer zone, and I was trying, yes.
So 11 and 12
11 and 12
are indicated on CO6 as
Yes.
marked for takedown?
Big X, right.
Okay.
The next part of the document that I wanted to rely on was, I'm not sure if Mr. Raymar had seen it, would be changing the grade. We're going to try to put it up on the screen here. There's a short
What page? Just what page in the?
It is page 25. So there.
And by the way, do you have, now that this is in evidence, why don't you hand them out to all the board members? You have extra copies.
I think I did. Oh. Just a minute. Oh, thank you. I'm sorry, I should have done that.
We don't have, that may be all we have right now. Can I borrow yours? I'll start one going this way. The next section of the article that I'd like to refer to is called Changing the Grade. It's a short paragraph. It's probably a little hard to read up there. And it states, adding or removing as little as 2 inches of the soil in the PRZ zone can kill a tree. To minimize damage, consult an arborist about methods to protect the roots if fill is needed or whatever. And I would suggest that a swale within 7 feet of many of these trees that is going to change the grade at least by 2 feet, both in some areas raising the grade and some areas going below the grade, would certainly offer a significant challenge based on this article for them to survive or suffer significant damage or to show serious trouble in a couple of years. And I don't believe that the applicant has presented any type of evidence that these trees are protected. Their own, perhaps, version of a certified arborist to state that these trees will be in relatively safe environment after the construction activity is finished. The plans next, the next little group of challenges for these trees on the plans is some white pines. There's 5 of them a little further down the road, and they are significant sizes. You can see our lovely model there standing under them, but they are nice mature trees, and they have a giant canopy that is very accommodating as far as blocking the view. And the plans by the applicant in this particular little area show 3 things happening. Actually, in the whole line where they want to put the fence, they will, I guess, every 6 feet be drilling down 3 feet and plunking a cement post, a cement base for a post, And in some cases, it's right through these trees, under these trees, and around these trees. Also, in this particular area of the small white pines, there is slated to plant some other trees, but in the plan show it's practically on top of these trees. Actually, they're within the circles of the drip lines of the trees, so that seems to me to suggest that they're going to shear from the ground up to 8 or 10 feet, whatever trees they're going to plant there, and plunk these other ones down there. And I can't see how that is beneficial to the life of these trees. There's a little depiction of what they showed on their construction drawing for a fence footing to lend credence to the 1 foot cement post and 3 feet deep. It's probably not the one they intended for the stockade fence, but that's the only one I could find on the plans. So with all this stress, I'm advising, I'm scared that a lot of these trees will be seriously compromised, and the effect may not be known for quite a while. You dig a 4-foot ditch in a root zone for 300-some feet, and that's bad enough. But then to have a swale that changes the grade by 2 feet mostly all along these trees is just very significant event for their life cycle.
Are you able to tell us, just relative to your model, you've already indicated that 11 and 12 are indicated on the plans as being taken down.
Right.
So as to the remaining trees represented by the dowels, can you tell us how many of those you have a concern about?
But how many of the dowels are shown on the plan to remain? And how many of those dowels are shown to be taken down?
3 of the dowels are shown to be taken down. These back 3 here.
10, 11, and
12.
So your testimony is that on the plan, 10, 11, and 12 are shown as being taken down, and all the rest of those dowels on your exhibit are shown as remaining?
Correct.
And of those remaining trees, you have concerns as to all of them relative to the disturbance from the project?
According to the article, if we're not only taking 2 inches of soil and changing the grade of the existing trees, we're adding and subtracting as much as 2 feet throughout these significant trees. I'm not even mentioning the other 20 little cedar trees.
We're just talking about the dowels.
No, I hear you.
So is it going to impact all of the remaining dowels?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, that's what I was trying to get
So
at.
if you have 19 dowels on that exhibit, correct?
18 or 19? 18?
I'm not sure. We have a multiple.
Because you have an A and B.
You have an A and B.
A, B, and a C, actually.
I believe he testified before he had 19, but just at some point, can you tell us how many dowels are on there so we could take the number of dowels,
Sure.
subtract 3, 10, 11, and 12.
Uh-huh.
Those should be the ones that are shown on the plan to remain, and what you're testifying to is that it's based on what you've read from Exhibit P10, you believe that the remaining, whether it's 16, 15, or whatever, they're all going to end up dying. Is that your testimony?
Yes. Or be seriously compromised. The area of these 2 lots is very much comprised of a shale, a short, hard shale foundation. So if you dig down 2 feet, and I'm very familiar with both lots, you hit solid shale. And what I'm trying to refer to is that you can see the tree roots are not able, in many cases, to penetrate below that. So they rely much more on that 2-foot ground level for their stability and structure than maybe a normal anchoring tree would be. For instance, I have a silver maple on the other side, and I've measured its root above ground or along the ground at 20 feet. So it's a very similar situation in the same area. So have, I guess I used to look at things backwards.
Is there anything else you have to add on the point about the trees?
That's what I'm just trying to wrap up here and get out. We have the 2 phantom trees. I don't know if those were in some way going to stay or going to be taken down.
Again, your testimony, based on what you've read, is all the trees shown in your exhibit, 10, 11, and 12 are shown to be removed. All the rest are going to they're either going to die or be seriously compromised due to the incursion of the swale and/or the fence posts. That's your
The fence post and the retention basin.
And retention basin. Okay,
Right.
got it.
The last point I want to make is, while I was on the trees, I don't know if it was noticed the last time, I don't know if I have a slide, but there is another phantom object that's not on the plans, and that's a 15-foot, at least a 15-foot patch of wetlands at the rear of this site on the applicant's property. And I don't know if they should have put that on or not, but it is not there.
Mr. Quick, how do you know that it's wetlands?
I guess from being in there and knowing that it's been swampy over the years, we did a lot of help with our neighbors. It seems to have the 3 necessary ingredients for wetlands: the vegetation, the cattails, and the cabbage. It has the water and the water source there, and it has the soil to be qualified, I believe, as wetlands.
Is that on the border of your property?
Well, it's more actually in the corner, more in the area of where the easement, the gas easement is, but a little bit in front of the, tree line. I believe if you look back in some previous pictures, you might catch a glimpse of an indication of that.
Where exactly on property is this?
How do I describe it to you? In the very rear, in the back of the property,
So the southern end of the property.
all the way back, right, where the easement cuts through, the gas easement cuts through
Okay.
on the map, there's a patch of,
Do you know if this has been designated a wetlands, or this is just?
I don't think that the applicant has chosen to mark that in his letter of intent to the, but I could be.
I think they have to.
Letter of interpretation?
Letter of interpretation, not the applicant, that's
Thank
the
you.
DEP, correct?
Right. So I don't know, just like I'm saying that these trees aren't there, I don't know why the wetlands isn't on
Okay.
there. And maybe it's that it's not significant enough, I don't know the qualifications for that. But it doesn't seem to appear on the plans.
All right,
I think this is in part redundant and in part not correct, because Mrs. Quick presented a photograph of an area to the rear. I think it may be the same photograph, in response to which we, I think, presented again the April 3rd, 2012 LOI from the Department of Environmental Protection, in which they said that they actually visited and walked the site. So what Mr. Quick is now doing as a layperson is giving testimony that should come from an expert that's actually contradicted by the LOI we've presented and is in this board's record.
Mr. Ramos is right, I'm not an expert, and I'm suggesting that perhaps the planners or whoever missed that just as they missed these 2 trees here on their plan.
okay. All right, before we move off of trees, do any board members have any questions for Mr. Quick concerning the testimony thus far? No. How about the board professionals? Any questions concerning what we've covered so far? Okay, yeah.
Well, I think I do have a question I'd like to ask Mr. Quick.
Okay.
Mr. Quick, should I take the point from your testimony that what you're saying is the root protection zone is going to be injured by the grading associated with the swale on that side of the property adjacent to your property line because it's within what the USDA describes as the as the root protection zone, and that the amount of soil that they warn against removing will be disturbed in the root protection zone. Is that essentially what you're saying to the
I
board?
think that's a fair statement for helping me, yes.
Oh, thank you.
Recalculate, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Banish. While we're on the topic of trees, any cross?
No.
Okay. Anyone? Mr. Simon, you got cross on what's been testified to so far? Okay, so do you want to move to stormwater then?
Can I take a few minutes?
You got to set up again?
Let somebody else go and I'll come
No,
back.
no, it's just, we're going to, just, you can set up, we're not going anywhere.
Okay.
Just- No, no, no. We're going to stay on. Take your time. There is no such thing as- So this is our designated, this is the worst planning board exhibit ever.
Mr. Quick, while you get set up, okay, so from housekeeping, we have Mr. Quick's PowerPoint that I believe he's gonna wanna move into evidence as P11. Can that go in on consent?
Well, maybe he needs a chance to look at every slide.
I don't know that we reviewed all the pages.
Okay, so you wanna hold that till the next, so you can review that, and then at the next hearing, see if we have any, between this hearing and the next hearing, see if you have any problems, see if you can work it out, or the board will have to make a ruling on that, okay?
Just like we did with Mrs. Quick. I'm sure we can work it out.
Okay, so the next question is, the exhibit on the table, I assume Mr. Quick wants that exhibit to be moved into evidence. Do you, or?
If there's any objections, though, it can stay, sure.
So, Mr. Ramar, what about the, I'm gonna call it the three-dimensional tree exhibit, for lack of a better term?
Well, now that we've clarified what it is and what the source of the information is, we don't have any objection.
Okay, so, Fran, like it or not, that exhibit's going in. Bring it down to Fran. We'll have to figure out exactly what we're gonna do with it.
That was deliberate.
But we do have pictures of it, so we will get those pictures into the evidence. What's that, Mark?
Does that have a number yet?
That's gonna be P11.
In evidence.
In evidence, the three-dimensional tree exhibit.
On consent.
And that is in evidence on consent. Mr. Quick, before we get off this topic, make sure Mr. Ramar has a full paper copy of the tree PowerPoint, and make sure I have a full copy of the tree PowerPoint. Do not give one to Fran at this point. Mr. Simon, you want one?
Sure, there's one available, sure.
Okay, you queued up with the drainage now? Yeah. So again, up on the screen.
I'm sorry, one more before we leave it, I'm sorry.
Yep.
Mr. Chairman, we just have a short video shot of the trees and sort of just a walk back of the protection that it does offer us.
This is a video depiction of a portion of the applicant's property?
No, it's on our side.
On your side?
Yeah, so it would
Shooting
show-
towards the applicant's property from your
Yes.
property?
Right.
And you videographed it?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and when did you do that?
Perhaps 4 days ago.
Okay. And it still accurately depicts the conditions out there today?
The rain, yeah, it might have helped a little bit, but no.
Before you play it, please.
Mr. Raymar, do you have any objections?
No.
Based on that? Okay.
This just goes again with, you know, what the buffer means to me and what these trees mean to me, and
Can you play it?
It doesn't, there's no sound, and it's mostly just the tops of the trees, and you can see in spots how well it does block out the sun in a lot of places in the summer, and how really long this 300-foot tree line is.
So you're going from the back to the front to the back
Yes.
of your property?
Yes.
Were you
I mean,
walking,
the
Mr.
side.
Quick? Is that
Yes.
how you're walking? Okay.
Is it looking back at the beginning now?
No, well, I don't know if the video is.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, you want to finish?
Yeah.
I think we saw.
All right.
Right, so, now you're about to go into your drainage analysis, and up on the screen it says ISPR drainage analysis, public comment, dated August 4, 2015, Christopher Quick, and your address.
Yes.
And I assume that you want to present this PowerPoint to the board now on drainage.
Yes, please.
And after you're done, I assume you're going to want to move that PowerPoint there.
If it's acceptable, of course.
Go for it.
All right.
Could you make that full screen, Mrs. Quick?
This?
Or can you get
Dave, can you
David
help?
help you?
Restore down. I forgot how to do it.
Thank you.
Why it matters to me, this is a terrifically terrible area for water, groundwater, for my house and for this general area. I have two sump pumps that often go quite a bit. They can run for minutes on end, and they can pump 8 to 10 times an hour. They even have a ditch in the front yard that I try to even get lower with to get the water out before it even gets to the house. And when we lose power, unfortunately, there's times when it backs up very fast. And I'm just trying to make the point that it's a very wet area and it's a little hard to control. And that's why I want to make sure that every consideration is given to the stormwater management plan and its review. Some of this might get a little tedious. I don't know if I can just put it on the screen or do you want me to read this?
Can I make a suggestion? Sure. I think you should read it if you want to get it into the record.
Forthcoming events contain comments pertaining to key aspects of both the Berners Township ordinance regarding stormwater management and the state's stormwater management regulations. The analysis of the ISBR stormwater management report, the most revision that we found in the office was October 8th, 2014, and is based on a preliminary review of the project's stormwater management. This presentation aims to highlight important aspects of the design which do not appear to comply with the requirements in both the ordinances and the regulations. These highlights are therefore intended to warrant further review by the board's engineers. At a minimum, the project's drainage features must comply with Furnace Township ordinances, Somerset County ordinances, and the state of New Jersey's. The first footpath is Furnace Township Ordinance 21-23-21. All development applications shall include drainage facilities capable of providing for stormwater as described below. And E is required for approval for drainage structures shall be obtained from the appropriate municipal, county, state, and federal agencies and offices, or such approval shall be a condition of preliminary approval. When seeking final approval, the drainage plan must be approved by the Burners Township Planning Board and not deferred to another agency. Definitions used throughout this report. The report refers to Mr. Khan's Stormwater Management Report prepared for the ISBR, AWZ Engineering, revised October 8, 2014. SBPM, New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection Stormwater Best Management Practices Manual, and 7:8, part of New Jersey's Administrative Code on Stormwater and Management. In the handbook, it will be referenced just a few times, and that refers to the County Public Works Handbook. Stormwater management measures for major developments shall be developed to meet the erosion control, groundwater recharge, stormwater runoff quantity, and stormwater runoff quality. Standards of New Jersey Administrative Code against 7:8-5.4 and 5.5. To the maximum extent practical, these standards shall be met by incorporating non-structural stormwater management strategies at NJAC 7.8-5.3 into the design. These measures alone are not sufficient to meet the standards. Structural stormwater management measures at the Administrative Code 7.8-5.7 necessary to meet these standards shall be incorporated. And we're just trying, this slide is just to set the overall framework for our discussion. As seen in the regulations, we're concerned about stormwater quantity, stormwater quality, groundwater recharge. These requirements can be obviously met by non-structural techniques, the, preferred method, and structural measures after that. Areas of interest. Groundwater recharge. The applicant asserts it does not have to comply. In the index in the stormwater manual prepared by Mr. Khan, he lists recharge worksheet, NA, not applicable. Proof of groundwater recharge standards are met, not applicable. Stormwater runoff quantity, broad considerations, structural issue, non-structural. Stormwater runoff quality concerns mostly with the suspended solids in stormwater concerns. Stormwater runoff in this case, proposed stormwater runoff, generally the proposed site is comprised of two separate areas or systems. Parking lots, off-site runoff, the front portion of our property, front half of the ISBR project, they've sort of categorized it into, and he's got these flowing directly into the county stormwater management system, and the other half would deal with the structures, the roof of the structure, the off-site runoff, the rear portion of our property, back and western portions of the ISBR project flow to the wetlands and ultimately flow off-site into the county stormwater management system. That'll be a little bit demonstrated on a slide, and it's just kind of wordy. Stormwater runoff quantity ground recharge. The proper statute, New Jersey 7:8-5.4A2I. The design engineer shall, using the assumptions and factors for stormwater runoff and groundwater recharge calculations at, again, NJAC AC
5.6. Either demonstrate through hydrologic and hydraulic analysis that the site and its stormwater management measures maintain 100% of the average annual pre-construction groundwater recharge volume for the site, or demonstrate through hydrologic and hydraulic analysis that the increase in stormwater runoff volume from pre-construction to post-construction for the 2-year storm is infiltrated. The next slide is actually a cut right from Mr. Khan's submission.
Page 12 of his, 11. No, that's slide 11. It's page 12, I believe, of the stormwater management
Right,
report.
4.9, yes. So here, Mr. Khan states the groundwater recharge is being promoted by the detention basins and the overland relief of the runoff to the basins. However, due to the inadequate permeability rates of the present soils, recharge is not being accounted for, nor is required on such permeability rates. Existing soils under the proposed basins are low permeable silty loam material. Stormwater runoff quantity ground recharge. The applicant has claimed that the low infiltration rates on the site mean that the project is not required to meet the recharge requirements. There is not an exception for low recharge rates unless the New Jersey groundwater recharge spreadsheet indicates the soil provided no recharge. He is correct, this is the case for the Croton soils on site, but not the remaining soils that Penn and the Reville.
I object. I'm not quite sure what Mr. Quick is doing here. There's a lot of slides that I object to because they're redundant. He's just reading things into the record that are either a matter of statute, a matter of the New Jersey Administrative Code, or part of the Stormwater Management Report. So that's already in the record. And to the extent that he maybe is going to make an argument one way or the other about whether we comply or not, he hasn't established any qualifications to enable him to challenge anything. So I move that the entire presentation, at least as far as we've heard it so far, is completely irrelevant, duplicative, and the witness is not competent to do any more than put in the record what's already in the record.
But hasn't he just laid out the requirements as established by New Jersey statute and administrative code, and then began to compare those requirements with Mr. Khan's report to point out what he feels are insufficiencies in that report?
I don't think he
that
pointed
really
out
enough?
any insufficiencies. I just
Take a look at slide 12 that's up there. He went through, he mainly cited the administrative code, and then that last sentence, as I take what his argument is, he says, I'm reading the second sentence, there is not an exemption for low recharge rates unless the NJ groundwater recharge spreadsheet indicates the soil provided no recharge. And his argument is, this is the case for Croton soils on site, but not the remaining soils, Penn and Reville. I assume when we see the next slide, he's going to have further support for that.
I assume that language up there is simply a quote from either the NJAC or from Mr. Khan's report.
Now, where did the language on slide 12 come from? Is that your own language, or does that come from?
Slide 12 is my language. Slide 11 was Mr. Khan's report.
Well, then I object on the grounds of expertise. Mr. Quick hasn't established that he even knows what a Croton soil is.
So I think the question is, how do you know that it's the case for Croton soils, but not the remaining soils, Penn and Reville? How do you know that the remaining soils on the site are in fact Penn and Reville? He wants to know the basis for your knowledge.
It's listed in his report.
Well, then, to the extent it's listed in the report, this is completely redundant.
No.
Either he's citing the report or not citing the report. Now he says he's paraphrasing the report.
For that basis, the objection's overruled. If he's taking the information, the standards from New Jersey statute statute and administrative code, if he's applying it to information in the report, such as the types of soils that are located there, and can independently confirm through public sources of information how that code and statute applies, he's allowed to make the argument. It's not redundant. If he were to sit here and simply read Mr. Khan's report, that would be redundant. But he's excerpting Mr. Khan's report and pointing out, in his opinion, based on statute and administrative code, where it's deficient.
He hasn't told us where in Mr. Khan's report Croton, Penn, or Reeville soils are. He's now said he's paraphrased the report. We don't even know that he has the expertise to paraphrase an expert's report.
Well, the one was a direct excerpt. It was a direct quote. From
Not this
12.
page. He said it wasn't.
This is his own work, he says. So again, can you explain, I think Mr. Raymar wants to know the basis of the bottom line of his objection is, how do you know what page of the report shows which soils are on the site, and how do you know that
one is permeable and one is
that
not?
is the case for Croton, but not Penn and Reeville?
Right, I believe Mr. Khan includes a chart in the back of his booklet, and he lists some of those soils there. And we're also searching for a geotechnical report that was said to be submitted to the office, but there is no record of that.
So what is the point, what's the takeaway point for the board from slide 12? What do you want the board to know about slide 12?
In the opinion of the information contained here, he's exempted himself from all groundwater recharge on the site, and it's not permitted by state statute.
But that's even a conclusion about what Mr. Khan did. That would take another expert to say, I believe this is what Khan did, or he misinterpreted the data.
Well,
he's not even telling us where
that's
this...
for you to argue in your closing, perhaps, but he's allowed to look at the report, draw the inferences of the plain meaning of the language contained in the report, and make arguments based on it.
Well, first of all, none of this language has plain meaning, but secondly, he hasn't told us where. So we can't even challenge it. We don't even know from what page.
He was referencing the index before. I was following along with it, where it said recharge rates not applicable. So if Mr. Khan's designating recharge rates as not applicable, you don't think it's fair for this member of the public to assume that Mr. Khan then relieved the applicant of having to establish recharge rates?
We don't know if that's true or false, but that's his position, and you can cross-examine him on it, and I imagine ultimately that when the board gets around to questioning, they probably even want to question Mr. Quinn about it, and not, Mr. Quinn about it, and not Mr. Quick about it, but those are the steps.
All right.
Do you agree? I mean, it's your ruling, I'm just giving advice, but I...
Yeah. So the summary of presenting this, to say that the test for the recharge isn't required, infers that no infiltration occurred before the construction. So adding a parking lot has no effect. It can't be the same. There's recharge now, and he has to do it later. Stormwater runoff quantity structural concerns. The on-site collection system is designed for the 25-year storm. The detention system is designed for the 100-year storm. Although seemingly permissible under Bernard's section 2123.3, design storms for Bernard Township, no exception is made in New Jersey Administrative Code 7:8 or the Best Practices Manual or the Handbook. Moreover, how does the applicant propose to achieve the required performance if a flow can't reach the detention facility? And where we're going with this is that the basis of Mr. Khan's information, he designed this on a 25-year storm capacity. So the volume of water that has to flow through those pipes, given the 25-year storm, that's what he designed it for. So at the 100-year level is a greater storm capacity, but it has... If the greater storm occurs, there's no predictable way for the water to reach the detention
I
area.
just need to ask a clarification question. Is what you're arguing that what they designed is permissible under the Berners Township ordinance, but it's not permissible under the best practices management handbook?
The township code seems to give it credence, but maybe that wasn't the original intent. It does appear that it has to be sized properly for the 100-year storm, maybe.
Well, again, I'm sure the board's going to want to ask Mr. Quinn that when you finish.
Absolutely,
but-
I'm sure he's going to tear me to shreds, but,
Keep on going.
okay.
I just wanted to see if that was the point you were making.
All right.
Can we just establish for the record what Mr. Quick's qualifications are, if any, on stormwater management or on reading this kind of report? I'm entitled to have in the record if he has any qualifications or not.
Mr. Quick, are you holding yourself out as an expert in stormwater management?
Absolutely not.
Okay. And you don't have any specific qualifications or licensing in that field?
Correct.
Okay. Is that satisfactory?
The next portion of the report, I'd like to focus on the test pits. There's sort of a layout here, and the test pits are, there's a table in the back. I don't, maybe they didn't, the board doesn't have copies of this?
Yeah, they do.
Okay.
Listen, you keep on going. I will try to find what we call the page number just to keep things rolling.
In the very back. The test pits are precursors to determining water levels in the different portions of the area. The part I'd like to focus on, and we'll touch on all of them, but the part I'd like to focus on would be the area where the detention basin is supposed to be going. And that would be, if you can see it up there, 8, 4, and 7. Test pit 8, according to Mr. Khan's report, I'm just going back there. Right, and the yellow one back there, shows that he did he determined seasonal high ground depth at 6.5 feet down. No problem here. Moving to the north, number 4, which is the area under the future detention basin, for some reason was only dug to 6 feet, and that's in his report. Now, if I was a person that didn't want to lie and didn't want to fib, I should say, and didn't want an adverse answer, when a few feet away I found water at 6 1/4, I would only dig 6 feet. But this is the number 4 is where he says he encountered none groundwater, 0. And this is the shallowest of all the test pits that he dug. These test pits do have dates that did span 3 years in time. He did several ones in different years, maybe 2 or 3 at different years. Test pit 7 states it was dug to a depth of 9 feet. There's a footnote in his notation that the sewer line was ruptured at approximately 4 feet, and also that no groundwater was encountered. I have a problem with that because I was there on that day, and when they ruptured the sewer line, they had only gone down 4 feet, and very stinky water started to come out. It's my recollection that they stopped digging, and I don't believe that, maybe it's a miscalculation in his notes, but he did not go down to the 9-foot level, as his report would seem to suggest. I actually went over to help them stop the sewer pipe leak, because they were unfamiliar with that type of system that we have in that area.
What location was that at?
This is test pit 7.
When you say that they went down to, that the report says it went down to 9.5 feet, plus or minus, you're then referring to not just the test pit location, but the individual test pit data sheets?
Yes, that's what I went back to rely on to pick up the numbers from, yes. The other issue here is the detention basin sort of continues on a line with that 8, 4, and 7. And if you see where the driveway is there, the driveway has since been moved. So it would seem that they would want to do a test pit there to determine what the ground level water would be there, since it's so critical to the proper functioning of the retention basin. Conclusion that the applicant has not performed sufficient test pit measures. The seasonal high groundwater for 7 and 4 is suspect in that no groundwater was detected, while its surrounding test pits, the down gradient test pits, it was detected as relatively shallow. A localized depression in the seasonal high groundwater at 4 and 7 is unlikely. At a minimum, the groundwater upgradient from the wetlands would be at least as high, if not higher, than that test pit in the wetlands. And it's my recollection that test pit 7 did not go any further than the 4 foot where they broke the sewer line. Now, based on the test pit information, we're going to touch a little bit on runoff quantity, the structural concerns, and this is kind of going to the basins. The invert, the bottom of the basin, as Mr. Quinn taught me once, the front is marked at 253.3, and the number 2 basin at 253.6. And again, in Mr. Khan's report, 4.6, seasonal groundwater was determined by on-site test pits as shown within the geotechnical analysis, again I'm looking for that report, in the areas of the proposed basin. Mr. Khan states a 2-foot minimum clearance has been maintained between the seasonal high water elevation and the bottom of the detention basins. It says, see the seasonal high groundwater elevations in the geotechnical analysis prepared by our office and attached. I did not find it. It may have been hard to find, but Mr. Sly and Fran did not seem to have a copy of it either. This is an approximation, and we can prove these numbers by looking at the CO2 sheet for where the actual elevations are in CO2 in approximate areas of the test pit diggings. So we've recorded the dates and the elevations where the approximate test pit numbers are. And we've marked also Mr. Khan's numbers of where the seasonal high groundwater is. So subtracting those, we have approximate 252, 252.5 elevations that we come up with. So from the test pit data, it appears the seasonal high ground level for the site is around 252. It does not appear that he did maintain the 2-foot minimum clearance that he has stated he has. And I'm going to leave that subject for more boring stuff. Concerns with the specified drainage areas is depicted in ED1 and PDA of the report. ED1 refers to the existing drainage area, and PD1, I believe, is post-development. Delineations, we want to look at contours, attenuation, just sort of the process of him being able to accumulate the water and release it slowly in order to comply with all the ordinances that he has to. Do I have to read it, right? The drainage area that they drew for these maps is a little bit suspicious. Typically, drainage areas boundary and contour lines cross each other at right angles. However, the delineation included in the report crosses the contours at a number of 45-degree angles. It's going to be a little hard to see, but sort of the red box area is what we're referring to here. Again,
This is slide 22, I assume, but you tell me, this is a reproduction of part of these existing drainage area maps?
There were, yes, you have them, they were included with the stormwater management report. Yeah, I think there were 3 altogether, 3 different types. And a larger version of that map, EDA refers to, I don't know if you can make it out well enough, it isn't that great. What I'm going after on this slide, you can sort of leave that up because it's not going to be much help. Sort of in the southeast corner, the gradients and the contour intervals are very confusing. It may be because it's a conflicting computer-generated item or not, I don't know. But what I'm going to read is actually on the next slide, but it may help a little bit if I leave it there for now. 2 sets of contours appear to have been used, possibly with different contour intervals. The contours do not agree. In particular, on the southern end of the site, the contours cross each other. Also in this area, 2 sets of contours imply different directions of the surface gradient. There may be other flaws in the topographical data that should be resolved to ensure a proper evaluation of this. So that's just. This is just a larger view of that southeast corner again. It's pretty hard to make out, but the squiggly lines that cross each other really shouldn't be. And again, this is how he broke up his evaluation with the different pages in the back of the stormwater management report. This is a general part of the topographical map of the area. If you can picture the curled driveway at the top there is pretty much the existing driveway of the site. And I'm just trying to give the overall impression that there appears to be a lot more water infiltration that Mr. Khan has accounted for because of the I'm trying to show with the arrows that the difference in the heights at these levels would indicate that it's draining very much so to the lower level property. And particularly from the back, it appears that he's made no consideration for the water that will head to his property in the back area there. Yeah, I don't know if you can see some of the square boxes on the rear of our property are at an elevation of 264, and right above the yellow area up top there is 259. So there's approximately a 5-foot slope there, and in the back at the bottom of the area it shows like 260, and it's headed for, in the back of the applicant's shed area there, 257, 256, and then obviously you know why the wetlands are there. If it's 254, it's headed that way. Again, more just definitions to read, I'm sorry. Stormwater runoff quantity drainage system, New Jersey 7:8-5.4 reads, in order to control stormwater runoff quantity impacts, the design engineer shall, using the assumptions and factors for stormwater runoff calculations at the administrative code, 7:8, 5.6, complete one of the following. So this presented a choice to Mr. Khan to pick, I think, one of 4 choices, and he elected to pick this number 3 to design a management measure so that the post-constructed peak runoff rates for the 2, 10, and 100-year storm events are 50, 75, and 80% respectively of the post-construction peak runoffs. The percentages apply not only to the post-construction stormwater runoff that is attributable to the portion of the site of which, I'm reading too fast here, of which the proposed development or project is to be constructed. The applicant has stated that he complied with number 3, so that's what he attempted to do. And these requirements will generally be aimed at reducing the runoff rates, cubic feet per second, and such that, he can store the water and slowly let it dissipate over the times. The rule that section number 3 says that the requirements, he must use the measuring along the portion of the site on which the development is constructed. That's important because sometimes he seems to jump back and grab some calculations from the higher portions of our property. I'm sure, again, Mr. Quinn will be the expert on that. This whole thing, again, is aimed at drawing his attention to this, and hopefully he has some making it correct if it's not. Runoff quantity drainage system. It appears the applicant has used a simple weighting measure to determine the peak flow reduction required when incorporating off-site drainage. Applicant should document where in the regulations that this is permitted, such as where in 7:8 and the best practices manual that he's allowed to do this. The larger off-site drainage, the Quick property, is vegetated and contributes a smaller portion of the total flow as opposed to his impervious parking lot. Again, quantity, attenuation, slowing that water getting off. The stormwater runoff calculations claim credit for attenuation of off-site runoff. This ignores the possible future development of the adjacent site and its stormwater being managed on-site. If the adjacent site, the Quick property, were to be developed, the stormwater management system for the ISBR project would no longer be compliant. The proposed drainage system should allow for the required attenuations to be met under both circumstances. Mr. Khan has elected to build this swale, and he's sending a lot of that stormwater right out to the street that comes off our property, and this sort of artificially reduces some of his needs. A small section from Mr. Khan's report. The red boxes show he's using 6.2 acres in his calculations. The RSBR lot is only 4.3. So he's sort of taking credit for some of the water coming from other sites. In addition, the regulation states that the percentages apply only to post-construction stormwater runoff that is attributable to the portion of the site on which the proposed development or the project is to be constructed. It appears that they won't even be using the entire 4.3 acres for that calculation either. The little blue circle shows that he's taking a partial credit there in his calculations. And if they only use the development on site, that number would be closer to 100. Again, this just seems to artificially reduce the pre-development basis for determining the post-development compliance with the stormwater reduction. Another item that we seem to have trouble with, again in runoff quantity attenuation, Administrative Code 7:8, 5.6A4, in computing stormwater runoff from all design storms, the design engineer shall consider the relative stormwater runoff rates and/or volumes of pervious and impervious surfaces separately to accurately compute the rates and the volume of runoff from the site. To calculate the runoff from unconnected impervious cover, urban impervious area publication modifications, he does have the resources to go to the NRCS Technical Release 55 to employ those methods. Basically, 32 says that you can't average pervious and impervious coverage together. And the best practices manual, chapter 5, pages 5 through 12, also draw on that subject. The National Resource Curve scale, says that due to the nonlinear character of the NRCS runoff equation, and primarily the presence of the initial abstraction, the abstraction term, inaccurate runoff estimates can result when the mixture of pervious and directly connected impervious surfaces within the drainage area or watershed area are modeled with a weighted average NRCS curve. It discusses it a little more there also. The combination of impervious areas with pervious areas can imply a significant initial loss that may not take place. The problem will be particularly acute for small rainfalls less than an inch or two, where the large but incorrect initial loss can be 50% or more than the total rainfall. Stormwater runoff quantity attenuation, again, the issue. The calculations make use of the weighted average. Did I just say this? USDA Natural Resource Conservation Service curve amounts. Because the impervious coverage areas are not directly connected, this may be appropriate under existing conditions. However, it is not appropriate for the proposed conditions. This can be seen on page 2 of the HydroCAD worksheets of Mr. Kahns. Note that some of the drainage areas are listed multiple times in both pervious and impervious areas. Categories that he used seem to be in the wrong places. I can refer to page 3 of the 2-year event. It appears to be a weighted average based on the CN amounts on page 2. And again, this is confirmed when I look at the HydroCAD worksheets on some of the sub-chapters. And I can show some of this on the next slide, where he's mixing the impervious and pervious sections. He refers to using some of them in both areas. You'll see some common numbers, and he just shouldn't be mixing them. The curve numbers, the factor used in the calculation to determine the water runoff, the red line sort of divides the factors used, obviously, for pervious and impervious. The sheet above assumes that the assumption design for the 125 pages of calculations in his runoff report that follow are using this material. Again, if you want to look at one there, you can see a 2S which I could go back to the training sheets, but I won't even do that, is used in both sections of the pervious and impervious coverage. And just while we're here, the 3S is the pre-development area that includes my house, and he's missing some. Again, I don't have the slide to show it, but some of the areas he forgot to include the structures on our property because he was considering some of the runoff that comes down that way. So that may slightly affect his calculations also. Stormwater runoff quantity, again, attenuation. The calculations make use of the approximate method to evaluate the attenuation from the wetlands. This reduces the reported value of the runoff. The ISBR's engineer should document that this method is acceptable according to NJ 7:8 and or the best practices manual. Furthermore, it should be uniformly applied to both existing and proposed conditions. The stormwater management plan should also document through calculations that the proposed plans will not adversely alter the wetland hydrology, which does not seem to be taken care of at all. And I don't know who looks at that. This is a chart again out of Mr. Cotton's stormwater book, existing versus proposed runoff analysis, and he grabs a in the red boxes here. He calculates his area of wetlands, but the red boxes he uses a reduction factor, and he's already sent a lot of the stormwater out to the street via the swale, and I just don't see that this reduction factor is permitted. He plays with these numbers, and I don't think that he follows a firm basis for doing that. All right, 37. Again, runoff quantity, non-structural concerns. So non-structural concerns are the retention basin and ways that he can help the project retain the water and preserve the infiltration rate and the current methods. So he has a list of well, first I'll give you the rule. The New Jersey statute, Administrative Code 7:8, 5.3, outlines non-structural stormwater management strategies. In particular, 5.3A states that to the maximum extent practical, the standards in the code shall be met by incorporating non-structural stormwater management strategies. He's supposed to implement as many of these as possible so that he can rely less on the structural facilities, such as the basement. This non-structural strategy involves the applicant discusses this on his pages 6 through 8, where he gives himself credit for applying a lot of these strategies. And the Appendix B includes a report where he scored himself on the NJDEP point system to the quantity compliance. Any claims on this sheet need to be documented. The spreadsheet where he scored himself is not well documented, and the next slide. Some of the, again, in the same boat, some of the inputs to the NSPS spreadsheet do not really meet the definitions in the manual that accompanies the spreadsheet. He has, in a couple of those instances, sort of repeated the same issues that he's taking credit for something. In other words, he's taking credit for something more than once. Items A and B, specific definitions are included for disconnected impervious vegetated conveyances, but the amounts claimed do not meet the definitions. Impervious surfaces, such as he claimed he's done, have not really been disconnected or broken up. In fact, the opposite is true. All impervious surfaces are served by only 2-point discharges, one directly to the pipe conveyance center and the other through the roof pipe of the discharge to the wetlands. I consider that other runoff quantity non-structural concerns are there. The other inputs to the spreadsheet are incorrect or incomplete. Item B, the site has been identified as being in State Planning Area 2 when contrarily, the way I looked at it, NJDEP GrowWeb identifies the site as being in Planning Area 3. This changes the required set point ratios to be in the spreadsheet. Item 3 is just referring to construction vehicles that they minimize the soil compaction, and he's mentioned that, but I don't know what he can do to implement that. And I wonder what specifically about the lawn areas make them low maintenance, that they require minimal fertilizer and pesticides, and how will this project ensure that this happens? Very little vegetative conveyance, that is the swale, is provided, and primarily that collects again the flow from the off-site, mostly our yard, impervious areas that use the sheet flow across the site. How does this provide a benefit when all the impervious areas are collected by structural facilities? If we get towards the end.
How many slides do you have?
53. Yeah. Is it right if she reads some? Just what's on the slide?
I could probably pick up the pace.
Make it more fun.
You know what, no. She already went, you gotta just keep on reading, forge ahead.
All right. Stormwater runoff quality. We're switching to quality now from quantity. And the object of the quality is to make sure that the suspended solids that is moving around the area get removed. And he uses a single calculation. There are some miscalculations, and he failed to document some items. When it comes to the detention basin. This is the rule. Stormwater management measures shall be designed to reduce the post-construction load of total suspended solids, TSS, from now on, in stormwater runoff generated from the water quality design storm by 80% of the anticipated load from the developed site, as expressed in an annual average. Quality again, TSS removal. Runoff from the site drains to two different locations, the county stormwater system and the on-site wetlands, which do not converge on-site. The administrative code, again, New Jersey 7:8, 5.5, says if there is more than one on-site drainage area, the 80% TSS removal rate shall apply to each drainage area, unless the runoff from the sub-areas converge on-site in which case a removal rate can be demonstrated through a single calculation using a weighted average. And it appears that that was not done. It appears the applicant has made a single weighted average calculation. See his report Appendix B, which is not allowed. In particular, it appears the applicant has created a weighted average for the required TSS removal that includes the roof area, that's the clean water, that drains to the wetlands under the proposed condition. This artificially reduces the required reduction from the paved area, which flows through the detention basin. Services not traveled by vehicles should also be removed from this average. We're taking the next couple of slides come from Mr. Khan's report, and I'm not going to dwell on this too. This is how he uses the weighted average to his advantage. If you see in there if you pay attention to the building, that he uses the square footage area of 4267, but his product is 0, so he doesn't have to account for anything. So that it's my consideration that this is not the proper place for this. It shouldn't be in here. This sort of artificially inflates his percentage that he has to meet. So his results here say that he's got a 65.57% rate. And if we remove the next slide, if we take the same slide but change his building area to 0, we see that the rate changes to 71.5. So where I'm going with this is one more step. I don't know if I remember this. Next. So it gets a little, the stormwater runoff quality, again, TSS removal. The applicant claims a 40% TSS removal rate. That was to be shown on the next slide. He claims that 40% removal rate from the extended detention basin, number 2. In order to obtain this credit for the TSS removal, it must be shown that 10% of the water quality storm, that is a 1.25 inch rainfall with a 2 hour time frame, must be maintained in the retention basin for 12 hours. Again, this is shown in Best Practices Manual, Chapter 9.4. This has not been documented and may not be supportable. It's just a new point on quality. And the next slide will show where he uses that 40%. This is a chart from Mr. Khan's report, just one of the 125 charts, and this is the only one I'm going to show from there. This slide shows the detention basin draining significantly before the required 12 hours to achieve the 40% TSS removal for the stormwater quality storm. So the inference is that it doesn't stay long enough to comply for the to achieve that rate. And some of the calculations we can do to go back into his calculations and refigure that on the next 3 slides, but it'll be fast, I hope. This is the extended math for what Mr. Khan uses in his table. Calculation strictly from the report. 40% removal from the basin 2. Therefore, 60% of the solids remain upon stormwater leaving the basin. Of the 60% remaining, the jellyfish filter at the exit of basin 1 removes 80%. 12% remains, that's a little bit of the math, when leaving the site for an 88% efficiency. This is this gives him an overall efficiency of 69.72, and those are his numbers. So revised, changing his TSS calculation to 0 in basin number 2 because it hasn't stayed there for 12 hours. Therefore, 100% of the solids remain in basin 2 upon the water leaving basin 2. The jellyfish filter at the exit of basin 1 removes 80% of the 100% and leaves an overall efficiency of 80%. 80% for his numbers brings him down to a 62% efficiency, which, if we go back to his next chart where we superimpose it, slide 52, where he needs 71.5, and it looks like he only has a 62 based on the revised, the assumptions. The report references a low-impact development checklist as included in Appendix B, or I didn't find it. There are some concerns that the hydraulic drop around the jellyfish is insufficient, and I would leave that to the engineer to ask him to review to see if I made a mistake there. I think that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Quick. Before we go to the board members and cross from anyone, Mr. Quinn, this clearly was a presentation primarily directed for your benefit, to call certain things to your attention, to see if reconsideration of prior opinions you've given the board concerning the stormwater management report should be changed in any way. Can you give us your response to the issues raised by Mr. Quick for the benefit of all?
Sure, I'd be happy to. Mr. Quick is to be commended. His presentation covers a lot of ground. No, but still, it covers a lot of ground, and it touches upon a lot of the germane aspects of stormwater management. I don't know if he had any professional guidance in preparing this, but if he didn't, it makes it even more impressive. And I would say instead of the 5th grade level he tried to assert before, I would say he's more like a savant, if this is the case. No, well, really, I do appreciate the time and energy you spent on this. Obviously, you gave it a lot of thought. I would step back a little and say that we had at least 3 separate meetings with the applicant to discuss drainage at the applicant's office. Each time, it resulted in changes to the stormwater management plan in order to bring it into conformance with the stormwater regulations. Mr. Quick has thrown a lot of things on the wall. I don't want to testify for the applicant, and I'll go through point by point whatever the board wants to. But suffice it to say that I am confident that the stormwater management plan complies with the regulations. And again, I don't want to testify for the applicant, and I don't want to ruminate through his entire presentation, but let me just pluck out an example. So one of the more relevant topics that Mr. Quick talks about is the soils, and how it appears that the engineer has utilized one soil parameter for the recharge and another soil parameter for the hydraulic calculations. In fact, that is spot on. In New Jersey, they break down soils for stormwater calculation into 4 groups, hydrologic soil groups they call them, A, B, C, and D. A being the most permeable, think of beach sand at the Jersey Shore. D being the least permeable, almost impermeable. Silty clays, massive rock, high groundwater. So
We all live in Berners Township.
Right. So I apologize. I don't mean to be. I'm doing this for the background, and also really for Mr. Quick's benefit, because he's put a lot of time into this. So the county soil survey is what all engineers utilize to generate the soil groupings that they use to to develop curve numbers to do calculations. The soil survey for this property would indicate that there are some D soils, no permeability, and some C soils, limited but still some permeability. The applicant has performed 11 test pits and some permeability tests on the soils on the site. 11 is a huge number, way more than he had to. My feeling is the reason why they engaged in so many test pits was because they were looking for, they weren't sure where the basin was going to go yet. They weren't sure if they were going to have an infiltration basin yet or how it was going to be designed. So they went and they peppered the site with these soil tests. The results of this soil test would indicate that there is very high groundwater, as Mr. Quick alluded to. There's almost no permeability. So the soils act more like, overall, the soils act more like D soils, which means there's very little, if any, recharge occurring in the pre-existing condition, which means the applicant is not responsible to provide recharge, which is why, when we discussed this early on, we took recharge off the table, not only because the soils didn't seem to be permeable, but it didn't seem to make sense where there's high groundwater and impermeable soils to develop some sort of recharge pit, which is never going to recharge and is going to work one time and then never work again. So we decided that he was maintaining the existing condition recharge, which is almost nil, so that there was no formal recharge calculations nor formal recharge area proposed as part of the design. At the same time, or I should say conversely, for the hydraulic calculations which develop runoff, we required the applicant to use a sea soil calculation, which is conservative for the drainage design in the following way. The drainage design is predicated on a target, which means you analyze the existing runoff, and as you know by now from major developments, whatever that number comes up to be, you provide reductions to it. Those are the targets for your post-development runoff. By considering the existing soils as sea soil, we are dampening down the existing target runoff, reducing the amount of runoff, the target runoff, that the development can discharge in the post-development situation. If we had used a D soil, which we were using for recharge because it didn't make sense, but if we used a D soil for the hydraulic calculations, our existing runoff targets would have been higher, which meant the applicant would have been allowed to discharge more water in the post-development condition, not a conservative design. So there was a dichotomy in terms of the soil parameters that were used for the recharge and for the quantity, the water quantity calculation. That's one example of the myriad of ones that Mr. Quick threw out there in how the design is actually conservative. And I can tell you unequivocally, I have designed dozens, if not 100 of these. I've reviewed dozens, if not 100 of these. And this design is conservative in a number of fashions, one of which I just laid out. And again, there's a lot of material that Mr. Quick has gone over. I'm happy to, I know this is not a question-answer format. I'm only sorry that Mr. Quick didn't present this earlier when we could have a proper question-answer forum and the applicant could be involved. I'm happy to answer any of his points as the board sees fit, but I'm going to leave it at that for now, again, with the understanding that, in my professional opinion, the stormwater design does meet the regulations, the stormwater regulations.
Can I just ask Mr. Quinn two questions? What about, this is two little things that stuck out. Mr. Quinn says that the engineer's stormwater management report used 6,276 acres for the drainage area, and he noted that that's larger than the property.
The reason for that is and as Mr. Quick pointed out, you're only responsible to reduce the runoff from your development area. However, you have to account for runoff that's crossing the property. So you can't just draw boundaries at the property or even the development area and say, this is our drainage analysis area. That would be improper, because as long as water is from off-site areas, as long as it's traversing the applicant's property, a proper stormwater design encompasses all of that water that runs across the applicant's property. It would be incorrect not to do so. That's why the drainage area considered is substantially larger than either the development property or even the development area or the disturbed area, limited
One other
disturbance.
question. Mr. Quick said that it seemed to him that the stormwater management complied with the local Burnings Township ordinance, but not the NJAC or the best management practices manual. What's your opinion?
Well, he made that reference or the comment with regard to the storm piping. And he's absolutely right. The stormwater management requires you design the pipes for 25 years. But you must also provide overland flow so that stormwater that exceeds the 25-year storm or the pipe capacity can flow overland into the basin. That's exactly the case we have here, where the applicant has raised the grade on the downhill side of the property so that if the pipes are insufficient to carry the flow, water flows over the parking area through the curb cuts in the basin and gets to the basin regardless of whether or not they get through the pipe or they flow over land. The water still does get to the detention basin.
Any cross? No. Any further questions? Well, any questions from board members?
I just have one question, Tom. Are there certain months when you're supposed to do those groundwater tests?
Well, usually you try to do it, yes, there are preferred times to do it, but that doesn't always coincide with the applicant's agenda or the time submission requirement for. So that's why you're not measuring the presence of water or where you see seepage. If water inundates the soil horizon above where groundwater is observed or seepage is observed, you get what's called redoxomorphical changes. The soil changes a certain color. And people who are expert at this, who can read soils, can tell you, oh, this saturation, even though water is down here, this horizon above it, because of the coloring of the soil, water has obviously fluctuated through this area, so we're going to call this the seasonal high water table elevation. And you'll see that in the soil samples that were taken, the test pits. Groundwater, where seepage is observed, is not where the seasonal high water table is indicated to be in the test pits.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Quick. Any other members of the public have any questions, any comments? Any public comment? Anyone else? How long is your presentation, sir? Come on up, sir.
Can't you come up to the microphone?
I can hear Mr. Simon. He
Yeah, but the
projects.
microphone, Mr. Simon.
Just really elevate. He doesn't want to get.
I don't know if your comment was clear in terms of asking the public who else is in.
I don't believe respectfully that your comment was clear in terms of asking the public who else is interested in providing public comment with regard to the application. I think you just said anybody else, and I think it was a little unclear, at least to me.
Okay.
So, thank you.
To avoid the confusion experienced by Mr. Simon, does any other member of the public, in addition to those people that have already raised their hands to indicate so, have a desire to make public comment on this application? Okay.
Can you raise your hand so we can get a count? 1, 2, 3. Is that up or down? 1, 2, 3. You got to keep it up if you want to be counted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Okay. In light of the hour, we're going to adjourn for the evening.
Let me tell you what we have scheduled so far, and then the applicant, this hearing has been continued to August 18th for a portion of that meeting, and the applicant previously extended the time within which the board must act to September 30th. During Mr. Quick's presentation, not that I wasn't paying attention, because I was, but at one point I went down to Fran and looked at the schedule, and we could also put ISBR on for September 8th for a portion of that meeting. We'll see what happens with another application on that night. But then we have Fellowship Village on September 24th, and it is scheduled tonight, the U.S. Golf Association, and there was another 131 Mountain View. And are those two on October 6th? Fran, are those two by the same attorney?
Yes.
Right. And then October 20th is fellowship, and then we're into November. So I really don't know what to do about it, other than to say that we should add November 8th, except that's the day after Labor Day.
September.
I'm sorry, September 8th, what did I say?
You said November.
I meant September 8th. It's the day after Labor Day. Now, is everyone on the applicant's team going to be here?
November.
Huh?
Oh, September.
September 8th.
Drew, you can.
Yeah.
Is everyone on the applicant's team going to be here on September 8th?
I cannot be.
Right. Is everyone, the board experts have that as a meeting, but anyone, other board members other than the chairman have a problem on September 8th? So let's add September 8th.
How about the objectors council?
I have a confirm that tomorrow to the board, but I believe I already have a hearing on September 8th.
Well, can I say something? If it's a public comment, is your presence necessary? Because you're going to be giving your closing, but if you say that no closing will be done September 8th, then does it matter? It's only if they said closings are on for September 8th that it would matter, correct?
Presumably correct, although I just want to have an opportunity to certainly listen to the tape of that hearing.
Correct, because we're going to have a problem after September 8th. Because there's no dates after September 8th until November 3.
Is September 8 currently a regular meeting?
Yeah,
date?
September
Oh, it
8th.
is?
Yeah,
Oh,
it's a
okay.
regular meeting date.
All right. I'll just have to muddle
So
through
the first thing we have to ask the applicant is, I think at this point, knowing that we have 11 other people, and knowing we have closings, and knowing that the board needs some time before it deliberates, realistically, we have to ask for an extension until the end of December.
The applicant's not prepared to do that.
So what is the applicant prepared to do in terms of an extension?
I have no idea.
Well, let's find out from the applicant.
that. Should we take a 5-minute? Let's see what we think of this.
Do you need a couple minutes to talk about this or not?
Can we extend for a month and get a special meeting for that?
Well, just so you know, okay, for ISBR, even more than fellowship, but both of these applications have taken up basically the entire board's agenda, okay, for more than 2 years. And the board, in my opinion, and doing this for 30 years or something, this board is bent over backwards on scheduling. There's other applicants that are backed up. We're out at the time limits of these other applications. I understand your perspective, but you're not understanding the board's perspective. So they're bending over backwards, and they're jammed up for September and October. You're not going to give them an extension until November at least, not December?
What dates are there? What is?
The next date is November 3. Now, if you want to see,
Is there a November 3?
Yeah, November 3, wide open. Now, just so you know, if you want a special meeting, we need time to check the schedules and everything. But I don't want to walk out of the room tonight with not having an extension into the end of November at minimum and maybe December.
Can we finish the public comment on the 18th, no matter how long it goes?
Well, there are limits.
Put it this way, Bob, right now it's 11:20, okay? Tempers get a little tight, including, mine, including the chairman's. Once you get past
I object to that comment.
Once you get past 11 o'clock, they've been bending over backwards with staying the meetings late.
First Tuesday in October is on the first Tuesday.
I can only extend to October 31st, whatever the last day in October is.
Okay, so we could actually,
Do you not want the November
You
meeting?
don't want the November meeting. If you don't.
You got a November meeting wide open,
Yeah.
but you're not going to extend past October. How are we giving you that
If you
meeting?
want the November 3rd meeting, you got to extend to the end of November at minimum. If you don't extend to the end of November, then you know what? Okay, then don't extend past, right now you're extended to September 30th. okay? So when we
Wait,
get
was,
to
you know, Bob, do you need 2 minutes? Because we're going to take a quick recess so this can be discussed.
Okay, goodbye. Judy wants to go home worse than me. She really must be prepared for your breakup.
It's over. It was so nice.
It was nice while it lasted. The seersucker couple.
Who's going to shop with me now?
You guys got
Back on.
About both of them. Okay, fine. All right, we're back on the record.
Okay, we're back on the record.
Quiet, please.
Okay, so, first of all, housekeeping. The same thing I said about Mr. Quick's tree analysis PowerPoint pertains to the stormwater analysis PowerPoint. You guys are going to get together and see if you can come to an agreeable form of those things coming in. Now, as to scheduling, on the break, my understanding now is that ISBR is going to extend the time for the board to act till November 30th, 2015. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, you're going to send a letter into Fran, correct?
Fine.
Okay, now, previously, the hearing was continued to August 18th, and it remains on August 18th. However, just to let everyone in the room know, there's another application on first that night. It's the Bell application. The Bell application, I asked Mr. Quinn, there was primarily an engineering issue, irony of irony, stormwater, which Mr. Quinn says is now, he thinks, in order to have the thing heard, and the chairman has indicated that his feeling is he's going to split that meeting in half. Half for Bell, half for ISBR. Now, if Bell all of a sudden, disappears, you should all call up Fran to check to see if Bell has come off the agenda, in which case ISBR will start, right at 7:30. But if Bell is on, you go 7:30 to say 10:30, which is what's supposed to happen. Each would have an hour and a half, which would mean for the attorneys, for planning purposes, I don't think the closing could happen that night. The problem is on September 8th, the board was able to clear its schedule. On September 8th, the board was able, is there any way you can get out of the other one?
Well, I represented earlier that I don't know if I can get out of it. I think I made a commitment, but let me just confirm it tomorrow, and I'll let the board know.
Yeah, because the board will schedule ISBR for the entire meeting on September 8th, and if the public comments don't conclude on August 18, then hopefully they will conclude on September 8th, and then the terms of that letter between you guys will still apply on those closings.
Yes.
Now, the board is going to try to schedule a special meeting in September, but Fran needs to poll board members offline about that. And we are going to schedule ISBR for the full meeting, again, being optimistic about this, assuming that the public comments have concluded and the closings have concluded on September 8th or on some other date in September for a special meeting. Then November 3, we're going to continue the hearing to November 3, and that would be for board deliberations. Because that will give them a built-in, remember, they wanted to take about a month off in any event to collect their thoughts. That would give them the built-in month off. So that's the plan. The hearing's being continued. August 18th, half the meeting. September 8th, the entire meeting. November 3, the entire meeting, and there's going to be no need for further notice.
Okay, before we go, somebody did have a question, and I just wanted to give them a chance to come on up, sir. And just if you could state your name and address for the record.
Patrick Hennessy, 45 Minebrook Road, Far Hills, New Jersey. I'm not going to be here on the 18th, so I just want to reserve the right to be able to speak on the 8th of September, if that's okay.
We can't hold public comment open for an individual that's not going to be here. So the risk you run is if comment concludes on August 18th, if the public stops asking to be recognized for that purpose and it gets closed, being here tonight and making that request won't preserve that right. That having been said, whether in fact we get to that point with half a meeting on August 18th, I couldn't say. It's certainly possible. I don't know if it's likely, but you have to calculate that risk. You could, I guess, I don't know how in-depth your presentation is, but if you can't be here, you could hire a legal representative to come and make your presentation for you.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Okay. This is the ISBR matters carried as previously addressed by Mr. Drill to those dates. No further notice. Next item on the agenda is comments from members. Seeing none, comments from staff. Oh, sorry, Mr. Hagan, I was moving a little quick on the draw there.
Who was responsible for sending the COA letter to the county? I wanted to say that was a tremendous response, great response from the county, and plans sent around to us.
You know the letter he's talking about?
It was a letter that said that the Berners Township just was beyond belief on how diligent they were.
On the affordable housing?
On the affordable housing COA.
Oh, it was from
The county responded to.
The county.
One second, David. Ladies and gentlemen, we still are in session, so if you're going to have conversations as you please take them into the hallway. If you could just quietly leave so we can conclude the meeting. Thank you.
The county received a copy of the adopted housing plan element and fair share plan, and they sent back a response letter essentially applauding the board for its forward-thinking and proactive stance in addressing the municipal affordable housing obligation, and specifically recognized Bernards for its accomplishments in that regard.
Yeah, I would say it was more than applauding. It was an extremely congratulatory letter to Berners Township for what they forward-looking, for accommodating now, for being in the forefront. And
true.
I don't know if anybody here had a participation in that, but if so, I wanted to make sure that they got recognized for the exemplary work that they did. Exemplary.
Just so you know, you guys adopted that plan.
Wasn't that
It was
David's
primarily
work?
David. Let's call,
David
David was the primary author.
It's a tip of the hat to...
Thank you, David.
No, David Banish.
David Banish. Congratulations. Well done.
Hey, thank you. But the town is really a stellar performer when it comes to affordable housing.
I just wanted to make sure that the person or persons is recognized for their great work.
Thank you kindly.
Okay, thank you.
Second.
That's a motion? Comments from staff? Seeing none? Okay, motion adjourned. Seconded. Thank you. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? We're adjourned.